Marriage didn't break Bella Swan. It taught her how trapped she really was. And her husband was no longer pretending to be kind. What if Bella was forced into marriage? Part 2. The first few days back to school after a vacation were always the hardest. Getting the kids back into a routine was like herding cats. I had also been playing telephone tag with Alice. On top of it, I was exhausted and feeling run down. On Tuesday my period was late by a couple of days, so on my way home I picked up a preg-NCY test. On Wednesday morning, Edward was gone before I could tell him I was taking it. It was positive. I was happy, excited, and nervous. This is, after all, what I wanted. However, I was nervous to tell Edward, since I didn't know what his reaction would be. Was it wrong of me to want him to change his mind and be happy too? I knew I couldn't tell him over a text message or the phone. So, I hoped he would be home tonight. Will you be home for dinner? I sent him a text. I'll try. I'm glad you're finally calling it home. I had officially moved in, or should I say, Edward had my stuff moved in while we were gone. A moment later, another text appeared. FYI, our engagement announcement was in the paper this morning. I took a deep breath and picked up the large diamond ring off of my bureau. I slipped it onto my finger. Butterflies filled my stomach. I wondered how many questions I would receive today. By afternoon, I had avoided most of the faculty so far. While the kids were out at recess, it was me and Angela in the classroom, getting things ready. It was finally the kindergarteners' turn to receive their computers. My plan was to start with lessons on how to use them and also respect them, so they didn't get damaged. I could tell all day she had been wanting to ask me something. So I knew it was coming sooner or later. Your ring is so pretty, she commented. Thank you. I smiled. I saw your news in the morning paper, she pressed. I didn't know you were dating anyone. Rather fast, isn't it? I sighed. It was fast, I agreed. Which is why I've been secretive about it. I knew people would judge, and I didn't want to deal with the gossip, I told her. Then why make it front page news? She asked. Front page. I grimaced. Edward had left that part out. You didn't know. She was surprised. Edward's parents made the announcement. I didn't know about it until he texted me this morning, I answered. Are you happy? She looked at me expectantly. I am, I agreed. Then that's what matters, right? She smiled. It is. The bell rang, and I knew the kids would be back in the room soon. Within moments they came into the room talking excitedly. Settle down. Everyone find a spot on the rug, and I will read a story. This was the best way to calm them down to get ready to focus again. I grabbed the book, Be Quiet by Ryan T. Higgins. It never failed to get a laugh from the kids. Especially when I used different voices. I was halfway through the book when the signal went off for school lockdown. I exchanged a quick look with Angela. We hadn't been warned that there would be a drill. We sprang into action. She went to shut and lock the door as I tried to calm the kids, who'd started to panic. The lights and the alert abruptly shut off, making a few of them scream. A feeling of dread ran through me, but I tried to stay calm so I wouldn't scare my kids. I ran across the room and grabbed the camping lanterns I used with a different project earlier in the year. Everyone needs to be quiet. Come with me, this is just a practice drill. I led them to the bathroom attached to the classroom. All the kindergarten classrooms had them due to a regulation. It was small but so were all of my kids. Jenny, you're in charge of locking the door. Don't unlock it unless Ms. Weber or I tell you to, I told her. She was one of the few who appeared the least scared. Everyone, remember, no talking or any noise. Like the book. Caleb smiled slightly. Better than the book. I nodded. I did a quick head count and realized I was missing a kid. Where was Shane? I shut the door and spun around, looking wildly around. And heard it lock. Angela, where is Shane? I whispered. She turned from closing the shades. Did he come in from recess? He was sitting right in front of me while I was reading. Shane, I called out. Right here. He popped out from under my desk with a yardstick in his hand. "What are you doing?" I hurried over to him. "I'm going to surprise the bad guy if he comes through the door." He smiled at me. "No, you're not. There is no bad guy. This is only a drill. You need to go to the bathroom with the others until we get the clear signal from the principal." I took the stick from him and his hand in the other. Before we could take a step, there was a loud bang against the door that made my blood run cold. Shane gripped my hand tightly and started to shake. "Ms. Swan." His voice trembled, all courage gone. I knelt so I could look him in the eyes. "Shane, I want you to get under my desk and pull the chair in. No matter what happens, don't come out, understand? You will be okay." I fought not to flinch as the door banged once more. Once he was hidden, I hurried to help Angela drag over a bookcase. "This is a bad dream, right?" Angela asked. "God, I hope so," I answered. I glanced at my bag, wondering if I should text Edward, or maybe Riley, since I knew he was outside somewhere. Suddenly, there was another loud bang from a gun which broke the glass. Angela screamed as we both ducked away as fast as we could. There was the sound of more broken glass as a hand came through the door to unlock it. My heart started to beat harder in my chest as 3 men, wearing masks, burst into the room. The door slamming into the wall behind it. "Where are the kids?" one of the men asked. "They're in another classroom this period," I answered him. A second guy backhanded me hard. "Don't lie to us. We know he's here, bitch. This doesn't have to end violently. We'll leave once we get what we want. We're looking for this one. Let us have him and no one gets hurt." The first guy showed me a picture. I glanced at it to see Shane's smiling face looking back at me. I bit my lip, panicking that he was only feet away under my desk. I prayed he would stay quiet. "He's out sick today," I told him. I was smacked again by the second guy, and I tasted blood. He gripped my hair, then yanked it so I could see Angela, who was being held at gunpoint by the third man. Angela was shaking hard, and her eyes were closed tight. "Let's try this again. Tell me or she gets a bullet in her brain." Guy 2 SPPED. "Wait," the man holding Angela said, gesturing to me. "Don't you know who that is?" "The boss," said the boy. The first man standing in front of me said, "Didn't you see the paper today? She'd be worth more than the brat." "We don't even know if they know about him," the one holding Angela said. "I say we take Ms. Swan." "No," the guy in front of me said. I swear all their voices sounded familiar, but I couldn't place them. "It's 2 against 1. Taking her will really fuck Cullen. I think the boss would be pleased." The one holding me yanked my arm hard and I whimpered. "She will only be worth something if we don't hurt her. We're looking for a bargaining chip, not to get ourselves killed." The first guy sounded defeated. There was a thud by my desk, and my heart lunged to my throat. The 3 men's attention was diverted toward the noise. I had to think fast before they found Shane, or do anything to my other kids. There have been enough school shooting tragedies in the news. My class wouldn't be one of them if I could help it. "I'll go with you," peacefully and willingly. "Please leave my kids alone. They are babies. They don't deserve to be pawns or casualties in whatever game this is," I begged. "No one is going to kill any kids," the one holding Angela promised. "No one is going to die today. We got what we want. Now let's get out of here before this place is swarmed with police." He threw her down, then crouched in front of her. "Don't go trying to be a hero, or he first thing those kids will be your bloody corpse." Angela nodded, tears streaming down her face. I was dragged from the room and roughly pulled down the hallway. They walked so fast I was tripping over my own feet to keep up. I was relieved to see the hallways empty so no one else would get hurt, but I also wondered where the resource officer was. They led us through the custodial closet, and I gasped in shock. The poor custodian was lying on the ground, not facing me. I couldn't tell from my vantage point if he was breathing or not. They pulled me out the back door meant for deliveries, and toward a van with a cleaning company's me on the side, waiting by a dumpster. The door closed behind us, and I knew it would lock us out so they couldn't get back in. If I was going to try and get away, this was my moment. I raised my foot up, then kicked the guy holding me in the kneecap as hard as I could. At the same time, I twisted and wrenched the gun he was holding away from him. I took OFF for the parking lot in search of Riley, but before I could take 2 steps, I was clubbed from behind and everything went dark. I woke up with a start. The room was dark, but I could make out I was in some sort of cabin based on the log walls. My face felt sore from where I had been hit twice. Also, I had a huge headache. Glancing at the window, I could see that it was dark outside. I tried to shift to sit up and discovered my hands and my legs were tied together by zip ties. Even though it wasn't really funny, I immediately thought of the defense lessons my father taught me that I thought I'd never use. I scooted to the edge of the bed and got to my feet. Using my teeth, I tightened the cord, then brought my arms down sharply over my hips, breaking free. I lost my balance and fell back onto the bed. I grabbed the broken cord to use as a saw on the strap around my ankles. Once free, I ran to the windows. It was pitch black outside, but I could make out some trees. I tried to open the window, but it wouldn't budge. I contemplated breaking it, but it would for sure alert them I was trying to escape. And I knew it would be hard to run barefoot even if I made it out of the window. The door behind me burst open, making me jump. I backed up against the wall and eyed the masked figure, who walked into the room carefully. He had a tray in his hand and paused when he spotted me. "You're awake and loose. How did you get loose?" he demanded. I could tell by the sound of his voice it was the less hostile one of the 3. But I still didn't trust him. "Tricks my father taught me," I answered. "It would be foolish to try and escape. We will only drag you back here," he warned me. "Where's here?" I fished for information. "In the woods in a cabin far from any town." Another reason. "It would be stupid for you to try and run. You'll probably get eaten by a wolf or something," he said sarkily. He tossed the plate on the nightstand, then set a cup next to it. "Here, eat." I eyed the plate apprehensively. I didn't trust them not to drug or poison me. "I'm not hungry," he shrugged. "Suit yourself." He walked back out of the room without a second glance. Once he was gone, I investigated what he left. The meat was overcooked, and I couldn't identify the side. The liquid in the cup looked like water. I took a tentative sip and it seemed okay. I waited for a while and tiptoed to the door. I pressed my ear against it and listened. When I didn't hear anything, I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. With a frustrated sigh, I sat back on the bed and ran my hand through my hair. I smarted when I hit a bump that felt like an egg. I leaned against the headboard and although I felt exhausted, I fought to stay awake. For all I knew, I had a concussion. I wondered if it was still the same day. Never, when I woke up this morning, did I expect the day would turn out like this. I had plans too. Oh my God. My hand went to my stomach. How could I had forgotten? I was so worried about my kids that I forgot I was pregnant. My only thought was keeping them safe. I was upset with myself. I rubbed my hand over my face and down my neck, catching a chain. I looked down to see my necklace from Edward. I remembered it had a tracker built in. I took a deep breath, realizing he would be able to find me and send the police. Except, he didn't trust the police. Did this mean he'd try to come himself? I decided I wasn't going to wait and find out. If I got the opportunity to run, I was going to take it. I grew up camping and hiking. I was fairly confident I could get myself out of the woods. It was still dark when I heard a loud commotion on the other side of the door. "What do you mean you're leaving?" I recognized the hostile one. "I have to get back before my disappearance is noticed." "You two need to stay here and watch her," one of the others responded. "I know I'm not in any hurry to go back. As soon as I show my face, I'll be a dead man. This is why I didn't want to take Cullen's girl. He's going to know I was involved. If not, I will lose my life for not protecting her," the one who brought me food said. I furrowed my brows. Protect me. I knew it wasn't Riley because the guy under the mask had brown eyes. Riley's were blue. Who else had acted as my guard? There was Garrett, but his eyes were more of a gray. I thought about the other 2 men that went to Mexico. Sam was a very large man. So it couldn't have been him. Maybe Paul. So you stay. It's just one girl. It won't take the 2 of us. Hostel's whine was worse than my kindergartner's. Don't be too sure. You forgetting that you helped Mike steal her shit. You'd be a fool to think you're not on his radar, maybe Paul said. It clicked in my head that hostile guy had to be Tyler. Was all of this all over Mike? But that didn't explain why they wanted Shane as leverage. I knew I didn't know anything about Shane's father. What if Edward was his father? Could Edward have a kid and not even know it? Will you 2 buffoons shut your pie holes? She could hear you, the guy who was leaving SPPED at them. Sit tight. When I get the boss's next instructions, I'll be in contact. I heard the door slam. Who elected Agent Prick as our leader? Tyler grumbled. He's not wrong. He's our best chance as an inside man at the moment. I'm going to check on the girl, maybe Paul announced. I flopped over and turned my back toward the door and pretended to be asleep. I heard the door creak open and felt as if I was being watched. I yawned and sat up. He was still wearing a mask, which was pointless at this point since I'd figured him out. But I didn't want him to know that. Am I allowed to use the bathroom? I asked. Yeah, but no funny business, he said. None, I promised. I wanted to get an idea of my surroundings before running blind. The bathroom was tiny. When sitting on the toilet, my knees brushed the sink. There was a small window that I could reach by standing on the lid. However, I discovered that, too, was eyelid shut. When I exited, Paul grabbed me by the elbow and started to lead me to the bedroom when I noticed it smelled like smoke and there was loud clanging and cursing from the kitchen. What the hell did you do now? Paul let go of me and headed to the kitchen. Hey, I never claimed I could cook. If you're so good then you do it, Tyler SPPED. I'll do it, I offered. Anything to be out of the small room. Plus, if I cooked, I could trust to eat it. And maybe if I played nice it would lower their defenses. Not a chance, Tyler grumbled. Suit yourself. Enjoy whatever that's supposed to be. I shrugged and turned back for the room. I say let her, Paul disagreed. Fine, but no funny business, Tyler conceded. I entered the kitchen and surveyed my surroundings. There was no window, but it had an open room concept with the rest of the cabin. I could see the front door with a normal-looking lock, also 2 windows. I scraped then washed the pan before I restarted acting scrambled eggs and sausage in another pan. I noticed on the counter a bottle of sleeping pills and wondered if I was right not to eat the food earlier. I served the food to them first before making my own late. When I was done, Paul hauled me back to the small room. The day dragged by, and I was slightly disappointed that Edward or any other help hadn't showed. However, it also only cemented the fact to me that I couldn't wait. I formed a plan. When the sun was starting to go down, I knocked on the door again and offered to cook. This time there was no argument from Tyler. Neither one paid me any attention as I cooked. So I seized the opportunity to crush up several sleeping pills and mixed it in with the mashed potatoes. I served it up with grilled chicken and canned green beans. If either of them noticed I didn't have any potatoes, they didn't say anything. When they were done, I washed the dishes deliberately slow. A smacking noise made me look over my shoulder. Tyler had face planted into his plate, while Paul was slumped in his chair snoring. When I was sure they weren't going to wake up, I ran back to the bedroom and grabbed the pillowcase. I went back to the kitchen and loaded it with a few apples, granola bars, and bottles of water. It could be a long hike to walk to civilization, so I wanted to be prepared. I grabbed their phones from the table then started to add for the bathroom when I had another quick thought and went back to the 2 sleeping men. Using a dish towel wrapped around my hand, I cautiously removed their guns from the holsters. I went into the bathroom then removed the lid to the toilet tank and dropped both the guns and phones inside. Before I made it out the front door, I realized I was still barefoot. I did a brief search of the room and came up empty. Running barefoot through the woods didn't sound wise. I grabbed a pair of sneakers that were by the couch and put them on. They were way too big, but they would have to do. I locked the door and took off down the driveway. The cabin was at the end, so there was only one direction to go. After a few hundred feet, it occurred to me the third man might return tonight. So I moved into the tree line and walked as fast as I could in loose shoes, parallel to the road. Hopefully, I would see headlights in time for a warning. I wasn't running long when it started to rain, and the wind picked up, blowing it sideways so the trees served as little shelter. However, I didn't let it stop me and pressed on. Without the moonlight or stars, it was hard to tell how much time had passed or what direction I was going. I figured I'd covered at least a few miles. The further I went, the colder I got. I had pulled out an apple to eat for energy when I saw twin beams of light. I backed away, then hid behind a tree. I heard the squealing of brakes and the car stop. My heart thudded as I heard the slamming of car doors. I took off as fast as I could, deeper into the woods. Over there, I heard a voice yell. I picked up the pace. But my foot caught a root and I twisted as I fell to the ground. Panicked, I backed up until I hit a tree trunk. A beam of light hit my face, and without thinking I threw the apple as hard as I could toward the light. Fuck, my assailant cursed. I was finishing my meeting with Stephen Martin when Lauren burst into my office. I was about to tell her off and fire her when the expression on her face stopped me cold. "Sir, you're going to want to turn on the news," she said nervously. "What station?" I asked, reaching for the remote. "It's on all the local stations." She wrung her hands. I felt sick as I saw an aerial image of Bella's school with the headline of a school lockdown. "Dear Lord, not another one," Stephen muttered. "I knew your wife was a schoolteacher, but I wasn't sure what school," Lauren said, biting her lip. Stephen turned to me. "You're Lauren, please see Stephen out," I interrupted him because this wasn't the time for questions. I too RNED the volume up as soon as the door was closed. I gripped the edge of my desk as I heard the report. 3 masked men entered the school, though they didn't know how at this time. So far 1 dead and 1 seriously injured. There was information from a teacher assistant that the men were attempting to kidnap a student but decided to take a kindergarten teacher instead. I heard the edge of my desk crack as I gripped it too hard. I grabbed the coffee cup off of my table and threw it across the room, and it crashed against the wall. I stched my phone up and looked for messages but found nothing. I tried calling my bride, but it went to voicemail. I sent a text, and while waiting for a response, I then tried to call Riley, but it went to voicemail too. I opened the tracking system and instantly tried to locate her. I came up with nothing. I furrowed my brows in confusion, then grew angry. I stormed out of my office and straight to Jasper's, without even knocking. He stood up quickly and frowned slightly when he saw me. "Edward, this isn't a good time. I'm about to have a meeting," he said. "Well, you're going to have to cancel," I spopped at him, taking the remote off his desk and putting on the news. He looked up at the screen, then took a few steps closer. "Shit, isn't that Bella's school?" "Yes, and I can't get a hold of her." Riley," I growled. "Riley was sick, so Paul is covering for him." Jasper picked up his phone and tried calling him. Voicemail. Why didn't anyone inform me of the change? Paul better hope he's near death if she's the kindergarten teacher who was taken. I started to pace. "Did you check her tracker?" Jasper asked. "I have, and it isn't working." I showed him my phone. "We need to leave and get on this before it's too late. We'll go to your penthouse since it is closer." "Can't. Maria came home," he told me. "Your wife chose a perfect time to come home," I muttered. "You're married," a female shrieked from the doorway. I turned sharply, realizing in my haste I had left it open. A short, raven-haired girl stood in the doorway, holding 2 drinks. Even though I hadn't met her yet, I figured out she had to be Alice. "Allie, I can explain," Jasper stuttered. "Are you married?" she demanded. "Technically." He took a direct hit to the chest by one of the drinks. Alice spun on her heels and left. "Fuck," Jasper muttered, watching her go, looking upset. It's your own fault. I told you to stay away from her. I sped at him as I made sure the door was closed this time. I tried, but I couldn't ignore it. She's different, he said. I shed the bridge of my nose in frustration. We don't have time for this. We will talk about it later. Right now, finding my bride is so much more important. Agreed. Jasper nodded reluctantly. Since your place is unusable, we'll go to my house. Call. I couldn't even think straight at the moment. Call Emmett, have him check in with Riley to make sure the fucker is really sick and find out where the fuck Paul is. Then we're going to need Liam since her tracker stopped working. Are you sure she was wearing it? He asked. I assume she was wearing it. She promised me she would. If she left it at home, the SIG-L would show it there. There is no SIG-L, period. I handed him my phone. He played around with it for a moment, then pulled out his own phone. Everyone else is still online. Ed, don't shoot me for saying this. Are we sure she wasn't targeted? Maybe whoever took her knew about her tracker. I have thought about it too, but how does a boy fit in? I was perplexed. I suggest you really do call the police or Seth and see what details you can get. As her fiancé, they should be able to tell you more than what's on the news. Right, like they'll tell me anything. I growled. We're wasting time here. Let's go. We were headed to the elevators when I heard my mother's screeching voice. Edward, I need to speak to you. Not now. There's an emergency. I quickened my steps. Yes, now. I think I deserve to know how it is I found out about my son's engagement in a paper rather than from himself, she said, and it sounded like she was following us. Instead of answering her, I hit the close button as soon as I was on the elevator. I prayed it would shut before she could get on. Luckily, one thing went right for me today. If that's how she reacts over an engagem, I wonder what she would be like if she found out you're already married. Jasper snickered. Mother is the least of my worries, I muttered. Hours later, I wasn't feeling any luck at all. I paced inside the gun range, pausing at times to shoot at the targets. Blood would spill, and the longer it took for me to get Bella back, the worse the punishment would get. As expected, I got little information from the police department. Whichever officer I talked to didn't give me more to go on than what the news was reporting. Not even the me of the young boy in order to protect him. When I demanded to know why they didn't get to the school earlier to prevent this, I was told all power was shut down to the school, including all cell service. Which led me to believe this was the same person behind Bella's tracking device not working. It was the PE teacher who finally decided to risk it and ran down the street to a gas station for help before they were alerted. Unfortunately, it was about 10 minutes and plenty of time for them to escape. Jasper came into the room. They announced the names of the victims who were shot at the school. The resource officer was killed instantly by a single shot. All's custodian is on life support at the hospital. It's too soon to know if he'll make it. They're also looking for a Mario's cleaning service van. A witness reported seeing it leave from behind the school right before the police arrived. Anything about Paul? I demanded. Jasper confirmed. Then Paul was a dead man the next time I saw him. I might have allowed him to live if he had been gravely injured trying to protect Bella. But it didn't seem likely. I want the word out that I want Paul brought to me. See if you can hack into any street cameras to find where it went. Also find out who owns the company. It had better not be Arrow, because it will start a war, ISRLED. I did a quick search on the me. Nothing comes up in the area. The closest is LA and it is carpet cleaning and their van's a VY blue. The one spotted was white. I'll go see what I can do about video cameras. It would be easier if Liam was here. I got a hold of Maggie. She said her father is in New York for a conference. She offered to help, but I told her there was nothing she could do, Jasper said. Any word from my brother? I was pissed he was taking his sweet time. He's on his way now, and Carlisle is with him, Jasper answered. Why in the hell did he involve him? I knew my uncle hated this part of our lives and wanted to be left out of it. He didn't say. Jasper shrugged as he left the room. I exchanged the gun I was using for a normal piece and holstered it before exiting the room. Emmett and Uncle Carlyle were walking in. Edward, how are you holding up? Uncle Carlyle asked, placing a hand on my shoulder. I feel like I'm surrounded by incompetent people, save for a select few. I'm sorry Emmett dragged you into this. I gave my brother a pointed look. Hey, I want to do the non-incompetent thing. I'm no doctor, so I asked him to check Riley out, Emmett said. And he's sicker than a dog. I looked at Uncle Carlyle for confirmation. Riley has food poisoning. It may be nothing, but given other events, it could have been on purpose. Uncle Carlyle looked grim. You think someone poisoned him intentionally, I surmised. We have a traitor. Emmett frowned. I think so, and all arrows are pointing to Paul. Have you found him? I asked. Emmett shook his head. Nope. His car was still parked next to Bella's car. Another reason Uncle C is with me. He drove her car here so you wouldn't have to worry about it later. Quote, I didn't even think about the car, I confessed. That's what you have me for. Emmett smirked. To think for Edward when he doesn't. That's a scary thought. Jasper entered the hallway. Hey, I might not have a high-class education like you two, but I'm not a dummy, Emmett said crossly. Did you find the van already? I asked Jasper. I was surprised he had only been gone for a few minutes. Didn't need to. Seth was finally able to check in. He doesn't have much more that we don't already know. Except the van was found abandoned on the ferry. It's not registered, so they can't find an owner. They must have traded vehicles on the boat. No fingerprints, but they found a pair of women's sneakers in the back. Also, the authorities actually don't know the me of the boy. And don't want to admit it. According to the room aide, the masked men only showed Bella a picture and she told the attackers the boy was out sick. The aide didn't see it to identify who the boy was. She also said they decided on Bella because they could use her as leverage against Cullen, Jasper informed me. If that's true, why hasn't anyone contacted me for ransom or some shit? Jasper shrugged. I don't know. See if you can trace Paul's calls. Looks like he's a rat or a wuss. I was getting tired of dead ends, and it seemed like Paul was the key to the puzzle. On it. Jasper nodded. Either way, I'm going to have fun exterminating him. Emmett smiled darkly. That is if I leave anything left of him for you. He's already going to get it for failing to protect Bella in the first place, ISRLED. Uncle Carlyle cleared his throat. However, I was at the point I couldn't even feel guilty anymore. He gave me a sympathetic smile, then took a deep breath and sighed. You boys know I don't like violence, but even I'm willing to admit there are times when it's justifiable. Have you eaten? He asked me. No, I can't even think of food right now, I told him. Come on, let's get you something. So I don't have to lie to your aunt, he said. Uncle Carlyle left to check on Aunt Esme after he was contented that I had choked down something. Before leaving, he advised me to take a shower and get some sleep, that I had done everything I could at the moment. He also suggested I contact my father and Peter for help. Maybe I was being stubborn, but I felt like I needed to do this on my own. I was about to be the boss after all. Plus, I wasn't entirely sure my father was innocent. I was in a daze as I sat on the bed. I knew I couldn't sleep without her here with me. On the nightstand a new picture caught my attention. I picked it up to look at it. It was of the two of us in Mexico. I always thought selfies were stupid, but she insisted on getting a picture with the sunset behind us. She was leaning against my chest, staring at the camera, smiling. However, I was gazing down at her. I looked happy. In fact, I'd seen that look before, only it was from how my uncle looked at my aunt. It was at that moment I knew I was in love with Bella. I didn't know when it happened, but I knew it was true. Maybe if I hadn't been so resistant, it wouldn't have taken this whole time to realize it. I vowed to tell her once she was home. Since I couldn't sleep, I decided to at least take a shower. I stepped into the bathroom and a bright pink box on the counter immediately caught my eyes since it stuck out. I looked closer and inhaled sharply when I read the label. I picked it up and discovered it had an unused test inside and one missing. I threw the box down and looked into the trash can and came up empty. Where the fuck was it? I left the bathroom and searched the trash can in the bedroom. Nothing. I checked the nightstand drawer on either side of the bed. Nothing. I went into the closet and started searching every single drawer, making a mess. Nothing. I paused, then looked at my hidden drawer before kneeling beside it. I opened it and right on top was something wrapped in a ton of toilet paper. I unraveled it to find the missing test. The word preg-NT stared back at me. Shit. The preg-NCY wasn't a huge surprise since we never did anything to prevent it. What pissed me off was she was in danger while preg-NT and it was my job to protect her. A baby was what she really wanted, and hopefully, it wasn't going to be taken away from her. I knew what losing a baby did to my aunt. I wasn't going to stop until I found her. 18 fucking hours. 18 fucking hours, since my bride had been taken. And I still had no clues. I knew I was going to have to break down and involve my father, and I hated to ask for help. But at this point, I was getting desperate. I had been sitting at my piano for hours hoping I could distract myself. But so far, no such luck. I glanced at the tracker for the umpteenth time, praying for some sort of miracle. I blinked, then glanced at it again. Jasper. Emmett. I shouted, leaping up so fast the bench crashed to the ground. Boys. I knew they hadn't left the house last night. They had to be around here somewhere. I went to the intercom on the wall and turned on all the speakers. Boys. To the kitchen, ASAP. Boss, what's wrong? Garrett joined me as I headed to the kitchen. I need you to call Sam and tell him to be on standby. I may need him for a trip later, I told him. Jasper and Emmett rushed out of the elevator as I entered the room. Both had guns drawn and looked disheveled. They looked around wildly, ready for a fight. Are we under attack? Emmett asked. No. Where have you two been? I demanded. Sleeping in the safe room. Would it kill you to have a guest bed or two? The furniture in this house sucks to sleep on, Emmett complained. Tell me I'm not hallucinating due to lack of sleep. I shoved my phone at Jasper. Ignoring my brother, he placed his Glock on the counter, took it from me, and glanced at the screen. It appears to be working. What did you do? Nothing. I decided to look, and her dot showed up. I stated triumphantly, we need to find out where this is and go get her. Maybe they had a jammer. That would explain us being blocked. It would also explain what happened. Ned to all the cell phones at the school too, if they had a big enough one. But why would it suddenly stop working? Jasper questioned. Maybe they forgot to charge it, Emmett suggested while his head was poked into my fridge. Do you have anything to eat? Help yourself. I don't have a cook anymore since Bella took over, I told him, then turned back to Jasper. Could it really be that simple? He shrugged. Maybe. The Sig-L looks like it's in the middle of the woods. It's possible there is nowhere to charge anything there. That is even if a jammer needs electricity. However, don't kill me, BU. Maybe they abandoned her, or it could be a trap. Jasper frowned, trying to adjust the screen. Let me see. Emmett grabbed the phone and zoomed out. This is on the Macaw reservation. They do have cabins they rent out. I've rented one years ago with, anyway they have cabins in that neck of the woods. I started to formulate a plan to go in to get Bella. It will be the three of us, plus Garrett and Sam. I'm assuming Riley is still out. We'll leave as soon as Sam arrives. Hold on. I think we need to think more about this before doing something rash, Jasper disagreed. Are you questioning me? ISPPED. I'm acting as your advisor as I'm supposed to, he retorted. Running into this situation blind is a bad idea. I'm not going to leave Bella there any longer. We know where she is, so we're going in. They could kill her, I argued. Highly unlikely. Seth reported they wanted to use her as leverage, remember. If we rush in, she could get killed in the crossfire. We need to find out how many men are in this cabin. And how to sneak up on them. We won't have the advantage in the daylight, we should wait for nightfall, Jasper insisted. I agree with Jazz. I know you're desperate to get her back. But a sneak attack is our best option. I say we head out that way, but we have Sam hike in covertly and check it out. We can find out how many men are guarding her. Then once it's dark we go rescue her, Emmett said. I hated that they had a point. I hated even more that it was obvious I wasn't thinking clearly, and they had to set me straight. However, a part of me was also thankful they had my back. The waiting game was what I hated most. Sam had to hike several miles to find the cabin. From what he could find there were no cars, but the area was too open for him to get a look in the windows. Right after twilight it started to rain hard, and we were about to start the drive up the wooded road when Sam called. Boss, she ran out the front door, no one followed her. Do you want me to go after her or check out the situation inside? He asked. Does she appear hurt? I asked worriedly. Not from what I can tell. It looks like she's wearing shoes that are too big for her, making her slightly clumsy. He answered. Check inside to make sure no one goes after her. We're coming up the road now. She doesn't know you well, so she might not trust you and run, I decided. As Jasper drove up the road with Garrett in the car behind us. I kept an eye out, but the rain was making visibility poor. I kept my phone in my hand and I could tell her dot was getting closer. We were almost on top of her. But the road was empty. There in the tree line, I saw movement. I think she's off the road. Emmett pointed off to our right. Jasper slammed on the brakes, and we stumbled out of the car. Emmett shone a flashlight into the area where he'd spotted something. I saw a flash of movement behind a large tree. Over there, Emmett yelled, charging forward. I recognized Bella's form as she raced from behind the tree and further into the woods. She didn't realize it was us. We took off after her and she stumbled to the ground, then she moved until her back was against another tree. Before I could call out her me, she threw an object blindly and it hit Jasper in the chest. Fuck, he yelled. My bride, stop, it's us. We're here to help you, I called out. Bella dropped something and she started to shake. Edward, she said cautiously. I grabbed the flashlight from Emmett's hand and shone it on my face. Then the others after me. See, it's just us. I knelt beside her and pulled her into my arms. And just holding her was a sense of relief. Why the hell did you run? We were coming. I didn't know when that would be. I had the opportunity to go, so I took it. I was going to stay there and wait when I could do something. I might not be an expert hiker, but I'm no novice either. She clung to me. I'm sorry. We came as soon as we could, I apologized softly. I cupped her face to kiss her. But she whimpered in pain and pulled away. Concerned, I grabbed the flashlight and shone it on her to see her better. She blinked and turned away, giving me a good view of a large bruise on the side of her face. I heard Emmett curse behind me, only fueling my rage. They were going to die. BPOV. Edward lowered the flashlight, and I glanced at him. He looked so furious that I pulled away. He frowned, then his gaze softened. With one finger he brushed my cheek. I involuntarily flinched as I didn't realize how sore I'd be. Can we go home? I'm cold and wet, I pleaded. Of course. Edward stood and offered me his hand. As soon as I was on my feet, I felt a sharp pain in my left ankle. I limped forward, but instantly Edward pulled me up in his arms. Thank you. I did something to it when my foot caught on a root, I told him as I rested my head on his shoulder. You shouldn't have ran, he stated. Well, I wouldn't have if you identified yourselves sooner. I thought you were the third guy. Returning with others, I retorted. What about the first two? Or did they abandon you in the cabin? Jasper asked. They're still there. I put them to sleep before I left, I answered. You killed them. Emmett snorted, sounding both surprised and impressed. No. I shook my head as Edward came to a stop by the car. By now the rain had stopped. They left a bottle of sleeping pills out in the open. I didn't want them to be used against me, so I offered to cook, so I could trust the food I ate. When I made dinner, I crushed up several and put them into the mashed potatoes. Boxed or real? Emmett asked. A prepared tub that was still sealed. Does it matter? I wondered why he was asking. Yeah, no real Irishman would eat boxed. I was wondering who we were dealing with. He answered with a shrug. I'm pretty sure who two of them are. They wore masks the entire time, but from some things they said there were some big clues, I asserted. I'm more than positive one was Tyler Crowley. Because there was a comment about him helping Mike. The second one made a comment about protecting me. I only know of 4 men who have guarded me. I can definitely rule out Riley and Garrett from the color of the eyes. And this guy was smaller than Sam, so I was leaning toward Paul. I hoped I didn't blame the wrong person. We have already figured out Paul was a rat. Any thoughts on the third? Jasper asked. They referred to him as Agent Crick when he left early this morning, I answered. Interesting. What time? He asked. I shrugged. There weren't any clocks. It was just starting to get light though. Does it matter? Your SIG-L from your tracker was blocked until this morning. That's why we couldn't come earlier, my bride. Who hit you? Edward demanded. Tyler did, I told him. I didn't see who hit me in the back of the head when I tried to make a run for it after we left the school. I know you want answers, but seriously, I'm starting to freeze, and I haven't slept since I was taken. Can we please go? I want to make my report to the police, take a hot shower, and go to bed. I watched them exchange looks, and I got an uneasy feeling. We're not going to the police, are we? Jasper and Emmett will take you home. You can make a report to the police tomorrow, Edward stated. And where will you be? I demanded. I have business to take care of. Edward's jaw ticked. I felt a swell of emotion and blinked. No, I want you to take me. I didn't know Jasper or Emmett well enough to be alone with them at the moment. I didn't just want but needed Edward. I also knew if I let him go, he was going to kill these men, and I wasn't sure how I felt about that. He locked eyes with me, and I knew he was going to argue with me. After a moment, his eyes softened slightly, but his jaw was still tense. Boss, I can take care of business or file it away for you later. Emmett interrupted our stare off. Edward glanced at him, and I tightened my arm around my husband and buried my face into his neck. I felt him lower me to my feet, but he didn't let go until I was steady. Bella, get in the car, he ordered. My shoulders slumped, knowing I wasn't going to win this argument. He pressed a light kiss to my forehead. I'll join you in a minute. I just need a word with them first, he promised. I nodded and took a step away and grabbed the door handle. Before I could get in, Emmett held out a pile of clothes to me from out of the trunk. They might be huge on you, but at least they're not wet, he said. Thank you. I accepted them. I climbed into the car's backseat and the engine started up almost instantly. I checked to see if anyone was watching. They were in a huddle with their backs to me, so I seized the opportunity to change. Getting wet jeans off in a small space was difficult. But thankfully I hadn't worn a skirt that day. I could tell it was Emmett's clothes since they were gigantic on me. Emmett included a car blanket, so I wrapped myself up and waited. After a few minutes, Edward climbed in next to me, and Jasper and Emmett in the front. Jasper drove up the way I had come and pulled next to a car that hadn't been at the house before. I stiffened and clutched onto Edward's arm. It's ours. Garrett and Sam came with us. Sam was outside the house, scouting it out when you ran for it. Garrett joined him for backup, but it looks like you had it handled. Edward explained. I'll go take care of the filing. Emmett started to open the door. Please, I may have been naive about what you do, but I'm not stupid. I know that you guys are going to kill them. I sighed. Just so you know, their guns and phones are in the toilet tank. Emmett snickered. Why? Because I wasn't sure how long the sleeping pills would work. And didn't want them following me armed or calling for backup, I answered. Why not use one of the phones yourself? Jasper inquired. Because it could be tracked by the wrong person. They mentioned they all worked for a boss. And before you can ask, their guns probably have been used to kill someone and I didn't want me prints on them. Which is why I used a dish towel to grab them. I was getting tired of answering questions. So, I'm going to go, yeah. Emmett got out of the car, slamming the door behind him. I shivered as Jasper turned the car around and headed away from the cabin. I shifted closer to Edward, and he wrapped his arms around me. Jasper, crank the heat up, Edward ordered as he rubbed my arm. When we get back to Seattle, I want my uncle to check you out. Did they? He trailed off as he tensed. Did they? Oh, it hit me what he was trying to ask. No, I was knocked unconscious for a while, but I woke up with all my clothes on. Plus, Paul insisted after Tyler backhanded me the second time that no one was to harm me or they wouldn't be able to negotiate a deal with you, I answered. As soon as I saw he laid his hands on you, any deal would have been off the table, Edward SRLED. What happened to Riley? I asked, worried he was in trouble with Edward, but also wondered why he hadn't tried to stop it. Food poisoning. Paul was watching you that day. We already figured out he was in on it, Edward told me. It didn't take Jasper long to pull on to the main road. I looked around and recognized some familiar landmarks. We're on the Makah Indian Reservation. I pondered out loud. This is only a couple hours from Seattle. Why did it take you so long? As Jasper said, your tracker was blocked. Then the boys talked me into waiting until dark, so we didn't rush in and you get caught in the crossfire. If the third man was an agent, could he have had a jammer? I suggested. Very possible, but let us worry about that, Edward Said. The car fell silent, and I felt as if I was struggling to keep my eyes open. I snuggled into his side and rested my head on his shoulder. His clothes were slightly damp, but I felt safe and secure in his arms. I awoke with a start. My heart was pounding in my chest. I glanced around and noticed I was in my bed at home. The sun was coming in through the skylight. My clothes had been changed, catching me off guard. Are you okay? Edward sat up, looking wide awake. He put down his phone. I had a bad dream about being back in the classroom. I took a deep breath, relieved that it hadn't been real. You're safe now, he promised, rubbing my arm. It wasn't me this time. They took one of my kids, and he was screaming. And I couldn't help him. I blinked back my tears. It's not real, Edward Said soothingly. I shook my head. But what if they go after him now that they don't have me? You have to help him. A lot of people may fight against my family's help. Who is he? He asked. Shane Mallory. He lives with only his mother. But is it possible that he's your son and you don't know about him? I asked. There was a knowing look in his eyes and his face tensed slightly before he quickly switched back to a blank mask. No, he's not my son. Are you sure? You don't have to lie to me if he is. I won't be upset, I told him. He's not mine. I'm very positive about that. Edward sighed and rubbed his face. There's a very good chance he's Emmett's. And I'm positive he has no clue there's a possibility. When I saw the boy in your classroom, he reminded me a lot of my brother when he was younger. I had Jasper look into it. His mother is Rosalie, and she has changed me apparently. It also seems clear she never took money from my mother. My eyes widened in shock. Oh my God, that would explain how she wanted nothing to do with the computers. In the letter that went home it did mention your foundation. She didn't want to be found by your family. Are you going to tell him? Edward nodded curtly. My brother deserves to know if he has a son. Besides, it would be for their own safety if they were under our protection. While part of me was relieved, I was still feeling apprehensive. Who is doing this? That crypt keeper guy? I asked. Edward smirked slightly. Arrow. I don't know for sure. But I don't want you to worry about it. I will keep you safe. The sooner we have a public marriage the better. I have something to tell you. I was hoping to have a better time, but I don't think I should wait. I took a deep breath and watched for his reaction. I'm Preg NT. I know. I found the test. I'm glad I could give you what you want. You'll be checked out today. I wanted to have my uncle check you last night, but he said I should let you sleep, and it could wait. My shoulders slumped, He seemed so nonchalant about the baby. But maybe it was unfair to expect a happy reaction since he never seemed to care before. Will you be going with me? Yes. For the foreseeable future you will not leave the house without me with you, he stated. How is that going to work? We both have jobs, and you can't sit in my classroom all day long, I scoffed. You won't be going back to work, he said firmly. I told you before, I'm not quitting my job. I'm going back to work Monday. My kids need me, I can't quit over halfway through the year, I argued. No, you're not. Edward raised his voice. Until we find out who is behind this. You could only be putting them in danger, again. Not to mention it would probably scare them with the way your face looks like right now. I breathed in sharply and my eyes welled with tears. Edward cursed and pinched the bridge of his nose. I slid out of bed, wanting to see for myself. I whimpered slightly when I put my full weight on my bad ankle. I had forgotten that I'd twisted it. Let me help, Edward offered behind me, shifting in the bed. I ignored him and started hopping for the bathroom. He muttered about me being stubborn, and I could hear him following me. I flipped on the light and glanced in the mirror. I gasped and my hand flew to my cheek. A large dark purple mark covered the side of my face. No wonder Edward was so pissed when he saw it. I knew even with makeup it would be hard to cover. Edward was blunt, but right. This would terrify the kids. It looks worse than it feels, I said, turning away from the mirror. Edward was leaning against the doorframe. I didn't mean to be harsh. I'm used to dealing with my men and don't usually think before speaking about how my words are coming across. You're not wrong though. The kids don't need to see me looking battered. I can just imagine the emails I, or the principal, would get. But it could also upset them for me to just vanish and not to come back. I blinked back a few more tears. Edward frowned. Maybe we can set up a video call or something so they can see you. But for your safety, your babies, and theirs it would be best you don't go back until we figure out who is doing this and take care of it. After, we'll find a private school where the security is better for you to work at. I nodded reluctantly. A video chat could work. Thank you. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around me then kissed my forehead. I reached up and stroked his stubble-covered cheek. I'm not used to seeing you looking so scruffy. I had other things on my mind besides shaving. Shall we shower together then get some food? He wiggled his eyebrows. Are you saying I stink? I asked playfully. Never. I may put my foot in my mouth at times. But I know enough not to say that to a girl. He chuckled. Edward helped me step over the edge and under the spray. The warm water felt good running over my body. I started to wash myself while trying to balance on one foot. Edward took the loofah from me and ran it over my body as I held on to him. He ran it over my arm then dropped it as he inspected the red mark on my wrist with a frown. That might be more my fault. The zip cords they used were loose enough not to cut into me. However, not enough for me to slip out. I tightened them myself so I could use the trick my dad taught me to break free, I explained. They shouldn't have had you tied up in the first place. Edward grumbled. But I'm willing to admit, I'm impressed how you were able to handle it and get away like you did. A lot of it was thinking on the fly and I hope that I don't have to go through that again anytime soon, I told him. He gazed down at me and started to open his mouth to say something but seemed to change his mind. What? I asked him. He shook his head and leaned down to kiss me. Our tongues entwined together, and our arms wrapped around each other. His erection pressed into me, and I moaned, reaching down to stroke it. He pulled away abruptly. We probably shouldn't. I felt rejected by him. Well, there's a first. You're always eager before. It's not that I don't want to. I just think we should wait until you get checked out, he explained, shutting off the water. I told you nothing happened, I insisted. But you also said you were unconscious for a time, he said, stepping out then offered his hand to me. I still thought I would know if something like that had happened. He wrapped a towel around my shoulders then grabbed one for himself. All right, I need an appointment anyway to confirm the pregnancy. I will ask my doctor then. Hopefully, I can get in today. I conceded. My uncle can check you, Edward stated. No offense to your uncle. I'm fine with him checking my ankle and the bump on my head, but not down there. I want my own doctor. It would be too awkward with him, I insisted. Fine. We'll make an appointment as soon as possible. I'll make a huge dution if needed to get you in today. You'll also have to talk to the police and let them know you escaped. But we need to get the story straight first. Edward swooped me into his arms and carried me to the closet. Story. Right. I can't tell them the truth, can I? I realized. No. It will open a hornet's nest. Edward set me on my feet. So what do you want me to tell them? I asked. They left you alone in the cabin and you were able to escape. You made it on the road and called from a payphone to reach me and I came and got you. Edward shrugged. Simple enough. It only bent the truth slightly. What if they look at records for a phone call or look for a pay phone? There was a call made. Emmett made sure of it. There was an old garage near the bottom of the road. They still had a pay phone if you'd believe it. The garage me was a Tira's bump and grind, Edward explained. And if they asked what happened to the men? I questioned. Easy. You don't know. Like I said, they abandoned you there, and more importantly, don't tell them you suspect who any of them were, Edward answered. Turning his back to me as he looked for a shirt. I'll be sure to file that away. I snorted humorlessly. I knew if they weren't dead, it was a matter of time. Edward, did you kill Michael? His shoulders stiffened, and he paused briefly, buttoning his shirt. I already answered that. No, you told me Emmett didn't kill him. After recent events, I don't think. Emmett just took my stuff and left him alone. I think he filed Michael away for you, I stated. Edward turned to me, his face was a blank mask. Newton is dead, but he got what he deserved. He did some things that were unforgivable. Like more than stealing money from you? I asked cautiously. Much worse, my bride. Please don't ask me what you don't want to know, trust me, he said in a flat voice. I hesitated for only a moment. I could tell it was bad, and even though I was curious, I had a feeling I would regret asking. I'll trust you, I agreed. Our first stop was with my uncle, where it was determined that Bella had only sprained her ankle and had no concussion. He referred her to Dr. Carmen DeLee at the same hospital to confirm her pregnancy and at my insistence to make sure she hadn't been raped. I knew Bella thought I was going overboard, but I wanted to make sure since she'd been unconscious for a bit. Dr. DeLee took one look at her, then me, and wouldn't let me in the room. Edward, why don't we go to my office while we wait? Uncle Carlyle suggested. I don't. I looked at the door to her exam room. She'll be safe. The hospital has security, he promised. So did the school, I scoffed. Uncle Carlyle frowned. How about in here then? He gestured to a conference room. She can't leave without walking past this room. Fine. I chose a chair facing the door. It's funny. I thought you'd be doing better now that she's home safe and sound, my uncle said. You saw her face and the bump on her head. You call that sound? I said bitterly. I bet this doctor thinks I'm the one who hurt her. He tilted his head side to side. I won't lie, she's probably asking Bella if it's spousal abuse. In cases like this it is best to err on the side of caution. But I'm sure Bella will tell her the truth. They took her because of me, I told him. She's home and is safe now, he reminded me. Is she? She should be untouchable and yet they still took her. What if the next time she loses her baby? I yanked on my hair. Her baby. Is there any doubt that you're the father? He questioned, furrowing his brows. No, I'm the father. But I have no clue how to be a dad, like she wants me to be. And I certainly don't want to be like my father, I told him. You're already not like him. What's really going on? He asked patiently. I love her, I admitted. He chuckled but didn't say anything. What? No, I told you so. I huffed. It scares the shit out of you, doesn't it? He smirked. What happened to watching your language? I grumbled, making him laugh harder. It makes me feel like I don't have control and I'm weak. I hate this feeling. I'm supposed to be strong and show no fear. She's my Achilles heel. Uncle Carlyle nodded soberly. Well, you have two options, maybe three. The first, you fight back and don't let whoever is behind this win. Also, hopefully after a public marriage the threat will die down. Or if you love her enough, you could let her go to get her away from this life. What was the third option? I asked. You could always leave this life behind and the threat will go away too, he suggested. The threat will never go away. I sighed. Perso LLY. I hope you decide love is worth it and don't let anyone, including yourself, take her from you. You deserve to be loved, he said. But she may not love me. She's never said so, I pointed out. Why would she? If you've told her you didn't believe in love, she probably wouldn't admit it to you, he advised. You have a point, I agreed. Here's a different question. If something happened, would you regret never telling her? He asked. Before I could answer him, Bella appeared in the doorway with her doctor. Bella gave me a smile and came to my side, resting on her crutches. That was fast. Is everything okay? I asked, getting to my feet so she could have the chair. Everything is fine. The baby is due around mid-December. They'll get a better idea when I have an ultrasound in a few weeks, she told me. Why aren't you having an ultrasound today? I frowned and turned to her doctor. I'm willing to pay out of pocket if necessary. It's too early. By 8 weeks the baby should have a heartbeat and be big enough to see, drive. Delee explained more warmly than she had been to me before. Congratulations, Daddy. Thanks, I mumbled. Still in shock. She chuckled. Well, don't worry. Bella is in good health. She just needs to take vitamins and get plenty of rest and not skip meals. So, they didn't. I was relieved by the confirmation, and the doctor shook her head. I told you that they didn't. Bella gave me a patient smile. Good. I won't apologize for having someone check. I kissed the side of her head. You have my card, Bella. Call me if you need anything, drive. Delee said. Thank you, doctor. Bella said. I need to be getting back myself. Uncle Carlyle stood. Congratulations, you too. Your Aunt Esme will be thrilled to find out about a Christmas baby. You should expect your tree will be flooded with gifts for the little one. Thank you. It still seems so surreal, Bella said, looking up at me. We should get going so you can eat something before we get to the police station. I told her. Her smile waned a bit. Just as long as it's not hospital food. We arrived at the police station for Bella to give her report and waited in the car for Jasper to get here. He was going to be her counsel. Bella chewed on her fries and had been quiet since we left the hospital. Are you feeling okay? I asked. I'm fine. Just trying to prepare myself for their questions. What if they ask me why I called you and not them when I escaped? She questioned. A version of the truth. Tell them you overheard one being called an agent, so you worried who to trust, I answered. Okay, but I don't know who any of them were, right? She pondered. No, for your own safety don't mention me's. Not even Shane. If anything would give too much away you can claim the bump on your head has caused memory loss, I told her. As long as you're protecting Shane and Lily, Rosalie, then I'll agree. She looked at me. Sam is keeping an eye on them, I promised. I spotted that Jasper had arrived. Let's get this over with so I can get you home. I was right about me not being let in the room. At least, I could take comfort Jasper was with her and was on high alert. Especially when I found the detectives on her case were Yorkie and Marks, who had previously given her trouble. It was about an hour before they emerged from the conference room. Bella looked exhausted and pale. If you can think of anything more, please contact us, Detective Marks told her. I will, Bella promised as she came to my side. Mr. Cullen, we want a word with you. Detective Yorkie glared at me. Can it wait? As you can see, my wife needs her rest, I said firmly. We have questions for you about Michael Newton. Detective Yorkie persisted. If you would step in. The only thing I can tell you is that I found out he was stealing from the accounting firm I own. I graciously gave him a week to pay me back before I pressed charges and he decided to run for it, I answered. Why didn't you contact the police? Detective Marks asked. I think you know why. The law enforcement has always treated my family as creamy LS, and I didn't believe they would take me seriously. Even less now that you failed to find my wife and she had to escape on her own. My lawyers will be looking to see if the two of you are negligent in any way, and we'll be in touch. Now I have nothing further to tell you and Bella needs her rest after all she has been through, so we are leaving now, I told them firmly. While we were in the parking lot, Jasper told me he was coming to the house to speak about business. I helped Bella and then headed for home. I waited until we were down the street before breaking the silence. Did they give you a hard time again? I asked. She shrugged her shoulders. They seem to like playing good cop, bad cop. And, she bit her lip. I'm not entirely sure, however I'm fairly confident. Detective Yorkie was the third man. I gripped the steering wheel tightly. What? I might be wrong, so don't do anything rash. I saw the third guy the least, but the voice was very familiar. She looked to second guess herself. I will get Jasper on it. He's already on my shit list for how he speaks to you. You can't kill everyone who's rude to me, she scoffed. Sure, I can. I smirked. Bella shook her head and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. 1H, and rested on her stomach as she leaned her forehead against the window. Are you feeling okay? I asked. Just tired. No pain, or morning sickness. Oh, we forgot to get the vitamins. She turned to me. Emmett is coming by later. I'll have him pick them up on his way. I didn't want to stop anywhere else. We pulled into the garage and parked. After Bella got out and waited for me to get her crutches. She stared at the new vehicle apprehensively. It's my aunt's. I took her up on her offer to make us some homemade meals. If you're not up to cooking for the long term we can hire a new cook, I told her. No need for that. I enjoy cooking. I'm just glad it's not your mother here. I don't have the patience for her today, Bella said. I'm sure she'll turn up at some point. She was rather upset to find out about our engagement by the newspaper. But I had no time to chat since I had just found out you were taken, I explained as we got on the elevator with Jasper. That reminds me, I haven't talked to Alice yet. She must be worried. Have you talked to her? She asked Jasper. No. She's not answering my calls. She found out I was married but wouldn't let me explain that Maria and I don't have a normal marriage. I don't suppose you could put in a good word for me. He pleaded with Bella. What is this middle school? My wife isn't your Patsy. I gave him a pointed look. Bella gave him a grimace-like smile. I don't like that you lied to her. You should have been honest from the start. All I'm willing to do is suggest she gives you a chance to explain yourself. Only because I feel guilty that I hit you with an apple. A chance to talk is all I want. Jasper nodded. The elevator doors opened, and we let Bella get off first. Good smells hit our nose before we could even get in the kitchen. Aunt Esme was busy at the stove and smiled warmly when we entered. Bella, it's good to see you, dear. How are you? Aunt Esme welcomed her with a hug. I'm doing okay, Esme. It smells wonderful in here, Bella complimented. Well, I wanted to make sure you had enough to eat until you were on your feet. I've made Irish stew, bangers and mash, pasties, shepherd's pie, Irish soda bread, and for a treat shortbread cookie. Aunt Esme announced. Thank you so much, Bella said. I spotted the cookies at the same time as Jasper and we both sgged1. Boys, really, Aunt Esme admonished. Sorry, Esme, your cookies are too good to resist. I haven't had your pasties in forever. Jasper grinned charmingly at her. Would you like to stay for dinner, Jasper? Bella gave him an amused smile. Quote, I'm afraid I have to go and check in on some businesses, he said regretfully. Would you like me to heat one up for you to go? They are already made, and it wouldn't take long. Aunt Esme also looked amused by him. Hey, I thought they were for us, I grumbled. Learn to share, Edward. I know I have a dinosaur book for you to read about sharing. Bella snickered as she took a seat on a stool. I've made plenty. Besides, I thought banger and mash was your favorite. Aunt Esme gave me a knowing look. I would have made Bella's, if I knew what it was. You don't have to make me anything special. I will eat all of this, Bella told her. You might as well tell her. She won't give up until you do, I teased her. I guess if I had to pick it would be my grandmother's beef stroganoff, Bella said. We'll be right down the hall if you need me, I told them. Jasper followed me into the office and went to my bar. He grabbed himself a glass of whiskey, then held up the bottle silently, asking if I wanted any. I nodded and took a seat at my desk. Where shall we start? Jasper slid me my glass, then sat. How was the meeting? Anything we need to worry about? I wanted his opinion before I told him what Bella thought. Marks seems like a straight-up and up cop. He was polite with his questions and seemed generally concerned for Bella. Yorkie, on the other hand, was a prick. He pretty much insinuated it was Bella's own fault for being kid PPED, hinting she was slut. Jasper frowned. You didn't let him get away with it, did you? I gripped my cup tightly. Of course not. Marks beat me to the punch though, calling him out. Then took control of asking the questions. Bella is pretty positive Yorkie was the third man, I told him. Jasper tilted his head to the side and took a swig before speaking. It would certainly explain his hostility. He was probably wondering if she was wise to him. But she was cool in there. I don't think they know that she knows her attackers. She also acted kung-fu. Said she really didn't look at the picture of the boy because it was all happening too fast. Which brings me to, how did they find out about Shane? To the best I know, only you and I knew anything about him. I leveled him with a look. I think I figured most of it out. I believe my laptop was compromised. Hall for legal purposes works in Liam's company, and the week before I did my research, I had brought it in for upgrades. Hall also was in charge of distributing the laptops to the school, so he would have seen the student list, Jasper explained. Well, we do know he is in on it and he's not working alone. There is a threat to our family, and I don't think it's Arrow, I told him. Then who? Jasper asked. I paused for a moment to think how much I wanted to say. I trusted Jasper more than anyone. And technically Santiago said not to tell my father, nothing about Jasper. When I was in Mexico, my meeting was with Santiago. He is head of the family now. Diego died of a heart attack sometime over the winter. They've been keeping it a secret, I started. Holy shit, I know Maria doesn't know that her father is dead. Jasper's eyes widened. Would she care? I snorted. She'd proba. Bly liked the chance to dance on his grave. Jasper smirked, then became more somber. You think Santiago is behind this? No. In fact, I think he is an ally. He told me Michael Newton was there about a month before my visit. Telling him there was about to be a change in leadership in the family and it wasn't me taking over, I told him. We know of 4, and 3 we've gotten our hands on. Do you think Yorkie is their leader? Jasper rolled his eyes. Doubtful. But I won't rule him out. Let's get a tail on him. Maybe Seth can watch from inside the office, I suggested. Embry might be good. He's fairly new and unrecognizable. He's also Sam's brother, so we can trust him, Jasper recommended. Get him on it, I agreed. Now about you, Maria, and Alice. Ed, I'm sorry. I've tried to stay away, but fuck, it was hard. I really like her. Maria doesn't care, we've talked. But I think it's moot anyways since Alice won't talk to me. Jasper downed the rest of his whiskey. Are you done? Because Santiago and I had a talk. He wanted to know why you and Maria haven't had any kids. I held up my hand, preventing him from interrupting me. He was testing me. He knows Maria is gay, and unlike his father, he supports his sister and wants her to be happy. We've made a deal. Once I'm boss, you and Maria are free to divorce without it disrupting any business. Seriously. He raised his steepled fingers to his face, then dropped them. Looking in disbelief. No catch. Only one. He doesn't want my father to know about the deal. Santiago doesn't like or trust him, I told him. Jasper smiled. I don't know what to say. Thanks, man. I know this will make Maria very happy. As for me, well, I still have my work cut out for me. I have a stipulation to add. You will not use my bride to get into Alice's good graces. You dug your own grave and Bella won't be put in the middle of this, I ordered. I understand. I won't put her in that position, Jasper acknowledged. Back to our fathers. Min. E had called wanting to know if you have been in touch with yours with what's going on. I told him you were ordered to handle things without your father, so you did. Also, that everything was under control. My da was silent for a while, but he told me to let him know if we need anything and hung up. The sooner I'm boss the better. I surmised. Have Alice bump a wedding if we need to. I want to be married by next month. It will give you an excuse to talk to her. I smirked. What are we going to do about Rosalie and Shane? Jasper asked. I'm trying to figure it out. This isn't the time for Emmett to go off track. But we do need to protect them. I would also like to know for sure Shane is definitely his, I told him. How? Rosalie would just slam the door in our face then run if we ask, Jasper pointed out. There was a knock on the door of my office and Jasper answered it to let Aunt Esme in. I'm on my way out. The dishes are washed and the bangers and mash are waiting for you. Jasper, your dinner is staying warm in the oven, she told us. Thank you, Aunt Esme. I went over to give her a hug. You're welcome, dear. Bella went into the library for a phone call, so say goodbye for me, she said. I will, I promised. Thank you for the pasty. I'll enjoy it. Jasper grinned, hugging her. She chuckled. I'm sure you will. Perhaps you should come to dinner sometime. All of you. Tell Emmett he's invited, she said. You might regret that. I chuckled. Never. You know I love to have family time. And I have a Christmas baby to start shopping for. She beamed, kissing both of us on the cheek before leaving. I shut the door and leaned against us. I know how to reach Rosalie. You can't be thinking of your aunt. She doesn't like the business. Jasper's eyes rode. Not that side of the business. But this is for the family, Emmett's family. I would never ask her to do it alone. I'll talk to my uncle too. You have to admit Rosalie wouldn't find them threatening. She also should be aware that her and her son are in danger, and we are the only ones who can protect them, I explained. You do have a point, Jasper agreed. I'm going to start making rounds at the clubs. Try not to call me tonight. I told him. I'll do my best. He smirked. He went one way, and I went the other in the hall. I found Bella sitting on her old couch with her leg up on the armrest and her phone was on speaker. I can't believe you just let him order you to quit your job, a female voice said disgustedly. It's more complicated than that, Alice. I hated to do it, but he is right. It would be pig-headed and selfish of me to go back to work. I would be putting my kids at risk. You didn't see their scared faces during the lockdown. I refuse to put them in danger knowingly. I have a baby to think about now, too. It's not like I'm done forever, just for the time being, Bella said. I suppose that's what you get for marrying a mob boss, Alice huffed. Did you forget you work for this alleged mob boss? I interrupted. Bella's head SPPED in my direction, her eyes so large it was rather comical. I winked at her to prove I wasn't upset. Good to meet you, Alice. From what I hear, you're a force to be reckoned with when it comes to bridezillas. I chuckled, sitting down next to Bella. Thanks. Alice sounded abashed. I laughed. Bella and I need our wedding as soon as possible. I don't care who you move. Offer them the use of the ballroom free of charge and discount on the food to make up for the inconvenience. Well, I might have something as early as a month. The first weekend in May to be exact. I have a bride who had to cancel and was asking about a refund. It's unusual circumstances. Her fiancé was killed in action last week overseas, Alice said solemnly. I paused and thought it over briefly. Refund everything, including the deposit. Offer her our condolences and our catering service free of charge for his funeral. There was silence on her end for a beat. I will. That is a very kind thing to do. I may not be an angel, but I'm not always the devil. I winked at Bella, and she giggled. We will be in touch. Don't let my mother take control away from my bride. But don't tackle her either, it won't end well. I make no promises, Alice answered. I'll talk to you later, Bella. Bye, Alice. She hung up. Do you have some explaining to do, Lucy? I tried to give her a serious look but was failing. Actually, she knew before me. She was the one to warn me about the mob connection. Apparently, her family were victims of a whitey from Boston. Bella shrugged. Ah, Bulger. I've heard of him. I nodded. My aunt left dinner ready, shall we? Yes, I'm starved, Bella agreed. I scooped her up into my arms to carry her. You know you don't have to carry me. Bella ran her fingers through my hair. I know, I told her, looking in her eyes. I got the urge to tell her again that I loved her. But again, the words caught in my throat. What? Bella asked. Nothing. Would you like to watch a movie tonight? You can pick. You don't have to work. She looked surprised. Not tonight, I told her. I ventured into the room next to our bedroom. I was thinking about making it into a baby's room. A neutral color would be best. Maybe a sage green with an animal theme. I wandered over to the large window and gazed outside. There was a tree in the yard that would make a good climbing tree. I wondered if Edward would be opposed to a treehouse and a big swing set. I'd always wanted one, but my father's yard was too small for any more than a swing. Popcorn is ready. What are you doing? Edward asked. He was leaning on the doorframe, shirtless, wearing a pair of shorts. There's a tree in the yard that would be perfect for a treehouse. And the pool is going to need childproofing. I answered. Tonight? Edward asked with a snort. No, of course not tonight. I rolled my eyes. I think this room should be the baby's room. You can have whatever room you want for your baby. There's plenty to pick from, he told me. Why do you keep saying your baby instead of our baby? You do know you're the father, right? I was starting to get a little upset each time he would insinuate it was just mine. He shrugged. Of course, I do. It's just happened so fast it doesn't feel real. I still don't know how to be a dad. I'm just figuring out how to be a husband. And I feel like I botched it up. You haven't botched it up. I limped over to him and wrapped my arms around his waist. The fact that you are limping, and your face is bruised says the contrary. He frowned. This isn't your fault, I stated. We are going to have to agree to disagree, he said, kissing my forehead. What movie would you like to watch? How about Goodfellas? I suggested. Hell, no, I'm not watching some movie about the Italians. Pick again. He scowled. Okay, how about Dick Tracy? I joked. You really have bad taste. He wrinkled his nose, but his eyes were twinkling with humor. Hey, I shoved him playfully. Fine. Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one. Perfect. He nodded. Edward picked me up, tossing me over his shoulder. He smacked my butt, and I wiggled in his arms. He laughed as he carried me out of the room and back into ours. He tossed me on the bed, spilling some of the popcorn from the bowl. I grabbed a handful and threw it at him. He moved the popcorn bowl onto the nightstand before climbing on the bed. He hovered over me then kissed me heatedly. I pulled him closer until our bodies pressed together. I could feel him pulsating against my thigh. I reached into his shorts and wrapped my hand around his girth. He moaned as I stroked him up and down. Suddenly, he stiffened and started to pull away. At first, I thought he was going to pull away like he did this morning. But he pulled off his shorts, tossing them to the side. I wiggled out of mine in anticipation as he kissed and sucked along my neck and tugged on my shirt. I lifted my arms and raised up so he could take it off. Edward lowered me down then settled between my legs. His hands gripped my thighs and hitched them around his torso. He thrusted so hard into me that I fell back against the mattress with a small gasp. His pace was rapid and rough. All I could do was reach behind me and hold on to the bed frame and enjoy it. My eyes closed and I moaned out his me. Just as I felt about to go over the edge, he paused. Why are you stopping? I panted. Is this too much? He asked, sounding out of breath. Fuck no. Keep going. Only harder, I demanded. Are you? I said harder. I opened my eyes and stared into his. His eyes darkened and he responded to my plea. With a couple more thrusts, my orgasm rocked through my body, leaving me gasping. I could feel him still deep inside me throbbing. I couldn't finish but just smile. I loosened my hold on the bed frame. Bella, Edward said in a voice barely over a whisper. I opened my eyes, and he gazed down at me with an expression filled with emotion. The same look I had seen over the last day, but I wondered if I'd actually hear what he was trying to say this time. He closed his eyes briefly then opened them. I've fallen in love with you. I blinked in shock, not expecting to ever hear him say it to me. My heart swelled up with happiness. I'm in love with you too. He leaned in and kissed me. Our tongues twined together. His thrusts began again, this time slower and longer. Then he stilled as he came in me. With a small whimper I came again, clinging to his shoulders, wanting this feeling to last. Edward rolled over, holding me to him. I forgot she was kid PPED. She was lucky she wasn't killed. Edward mumbled, watching the movie. She outsmarted them though, I pointed out. She should have let them have Turner. He shook his head. I frowned. Are you saying I should have let them take Shane? Of course not. It's not the same thing. You were protecting a small defenseless boy. Will Turner is a grown man, who's capable of taking care of himself. He rubbed my arm. I wasn't trying to make you feel guilty. I don't regret my decision, because I believe I've saved a lot of lives, not just Shane's. But for a brief time, I forgot I was pregnant, and I do feel guilty about that, I admitted. Don't, my bride. I know you probably think I've been going overboard. This situation shook me up. I've never felt vulnerable before, Edward admitted. I also recently found out that my aunt's first marriage was abusive. It was an arranged marriage to Liam's brother Patrick. It got so bad that she ended up in the hospital and she lost her baby. I don't want you to go through the same with our baby. I shifted so I could wrap my arms around his neck and kiss his cheek. What happened to your aunt was horrible. I don't want to be the cause of you feeling vulnerable. And maybe when you go to the ultrasound with me, it will feel more real, and you'll feel better knowing the baby is okay. What exactly does an ultrasound do? He asked. It's imaging done by sound waves to take measurements of the baby. You can also hear the heartbeat to be reassured the baby is fine, I explained. He nodded then turned up the sound again. I can't decide if Jack Sparrow is an idiot or a genius. On Sunday, we went to Edward's aunt and uncle's house. My ankle felt better, so I was foregoing the crutches. However, the bruise on my face was still dark, so I covered it up the best I could with makeup. Carlisle greeted us but seemed a bit distracted. I noticed Esme also seemed nervous while I was helping her in the kitchen. I wondered if something was going on that I was missing. I was helping prepare a salad when the front doorbell rang. Esme dropped what she was doing. We probably should go in there, Esme said. Suddenly, I was dreading that it was Edward's father and mother. I followed Esme into the living room just as Rosalie and Shane entered the room. Edward and I briefly talked about their situation, but I hadn't expected to see them today. Rosalie froze, looking upset when she saw Edward. Clearly she didn't know either. However, Shane lit up when he saw me and ran to my side. Ms. Swan, you are here. I've missed you. He wrapped his arms around my legs. Hi, Shane. I missed you too. I stooped down to his eye level. I was so scared that they took you. His lower lip wobbled. I'm fine. They didn't hurt me, I told him. He frowned, looking at my cheek. I should have protected you with my stick. No, you did exactly the right thing by listening to my directions, I said firmly. Who did they want? You said someone was absent, but no one was. He looked at me curiously. It took me a moment to figure out what to say. He was in another class. But I didn't want the bad guys to know that. So, you lied. Mommy says it's wrong to lie. He looked at his mother. I glanced at Rosalie, who appeared to be in shock. I was surprised she hadn't said anything yet. Well, most of the time I would agree with your mother. However, I had to make an exception to protect you kids. Those were really bad guys, not like the movies. But don't worry, Ab. Out them because they can't hurt you or anyone else anymore, I promised. It was another white lie, but I didn't want him to be scared. Shane, come on. We need to go. Rosalie found her voice. She stepped forward to grab his hand. But we just got here. Shane looked confused. You're not going anywhere until we talk. Edward's voice had an edge to it. I don't think this is the time or place. Rosalie looked down at her son. Shane, do you like cookies? Esme asked. Duh, he said. Shane, Rosalie admonished. I mean yes, ma'am. Shane smiled, dimples on display. Esme pressed her lips together and shook her head, looking like she was trying not to laugh. Well, come with me into the kitchen and you can have one. If that's okay with your mother. She looked at Rosalie. Rosalie glanced at her, then at Edward. Her shoulders slumped. It's fine. Yay. Shane let go of her hand and grabbed Esme's. They went down the hallway and disappeared from sight. Rosalie whirled around toward Carlisle. I got to my feet and hesitated. I wasn't sure if I should go help with Shane or stay with Rosalie, who looked nervous and upset to be here. I decided it was best I stayed, because I knew Edward had a temper. Even though I didn't think Emmett should be kept from his son, Rosalie didn't deserve his rage either. You tricked me. You didn't tell me he would be here. She sped at him, then turned to me. This is your fault. How? I countered. I had no idea you were connected to the Massons. You should be thanking her. She sacrificed herself since it was Shane they were after, Edward stated coldly. Rosalie flinched, then yelled back. They wouldn't be after him if it wasn't for the computers giving out in her class from your foundation. You're wrong. I walked into the class one day and the moment I saw him, I knew he was my brother's, Edward argued. He might not be. Rosalie's anger melted into what looked like panic to my eyes. Please. He's the spitting image of him. How else would you explain it? Edward scoffed. It wasn't by choice. Her voice shook barely above a whisper. Edward's eyes rolled. What does? Honey, I'm home. Emmett bellowed. What is Emmett doing here? Carlisle asked Edward, seemingly worried. I have no idea. Edward sounded equally as surprised. Oh, God. Rosalie looked like a scared rabbit ready to bolt. Hello. Where is everyone? Emmett appeared in the doorway. Emmett, why are you here? Edward stepped forward to greet him, trying to block his view. This joker said Aunt Esme said we were welcome anytime for a home-cooked meal. Emmett jutted his thumb at Jasper. And Sunday is roast, am I right? Jasper grinned, but as he looked around, his smile faltered. Oh shit, what? Emmett glanced around the room. When his eyes fell on Rosalie, his face went from looking curious to confused, then hurt. Rosie, Mommy, you gotta. Shane came running into the room and skidded to a stop in front of Emmett and Jasper. Whoa, you're really big, like Hulk. He stared up at Emmett. Emmett looked down at the little boy. His face contorted to even more confusion and hurt. Then I saw his fist clench, even though I didn't think Emmett would ever hurt him. I sped out my stupor and rushed to Shane's side. Shane, sweetie, can you go back to the kitchen, please? The adults need to have a grown-up talk, I told him. Like the parent-teacher meeting. His nose wrinkled. Close to it, I told him. I'm outta here. He turned and nearly ran into Esme. Sorry, my hands were on raw meat when he ran out of the room. She seemed out of breath. She took Shane's hand and led him back out of the room. I debated to go with them to distract Shane, but one look at Rosalie, and I knew I couldn't leave her. Especially if I had connected the dots correctly, and I hoped I was wrong. Is that boy mine? Emmett bellowed so loud the room shook. He started to advance on Rosalie. I jumped in his path. Calm down. Move before I move you. Emmett srled at me. You put a finger on her. And I'll kill you myself. Edward got in between us. That's enough, everyone. Carlisle surprised me by raising his voice. Boys, sit on the couch. But first, if you have anything on you, I want it on that table now. Including you, Jasper. Then I want you to sit in between them." The boys looked a little stunned but did as they were told. I led Rosalie to the love seat, and she took a seat. Shaking, she buried her head in her hands. The brothers sat on the couch, glaring at her. Jasper, however, looked deep in thought. "Now we are going to handle this calmly and with level heads. No yelling or slinging insults until we get all the facts," Carlyle said. "Is the boy mine?" Emmett spoke through clenched teeth. "Possibly," Edward answered for Rosalie. "Did you cheat on me?" Emmett was staring at her. "Obviously," Edward snorted. "We don't know that. She said it wasn't by choice," I hissed. How was he missing what seemed glaringly obvious? Edward scowled. "I still don't know what." Jasper interrupted him by leaning over and speaking into his ear. Edward's anger drained from his face, and he looked contrite. Edward saw something back and Jasper go. Tee up and went to the other side of Emmett. "What is going on? I'm starting to feel out of the loop. I would never actually put my hands on a girl, even if she is a slut," Emmett complained. "Emmett, I won't tell you again. Watch your language," Carlyle said. "Emmett, you're going to regret that comment." I shook my head. "Doubtful," he muttered. "Uncle Carlyle, can we just get this over with?" Edward asked. "I got the results right here." "I haven't seen them yet." He retrieved an envelope off the table. "You already got my D. You know what, that's good." Emmett leaned back against the cushions in an angry huff, crossing his arms. Carlyle opened the envelope and looked at the paper. He turned white and looked absolutely sickened. "Dear God, what? I'm not, am I?" Emmett stched the letter before anyone could stop him. 25%. What the fuck does that mean? I'm only a quarter of the father. My hand flew to my mouth as I fought the urge to throw up. It was far worse than I had thought. Rosalie was sobbing, and I tried to rub her back to console her. I glanced at Edward and Jasper, who looked shell-shocked. "Hello. In a room for highly educated people, I figured one of you could answer me." Emmett looked irritated. "It means he's your half-brother," Carlyle told him solemnly. Emmett blinked rapidly. "My brother. That would mean." His face turned dark red, and his expression became murderous. His head swiveled eerily toward his gun, and he started to get to his feet. Instantly, Jasper and Edward sped into action. Jasper grabbed Emmett's shoulders as Edward put his hand on his brother's chest. "Sit down, Emmett," Edward demanded. "Is that an order, boss?" Emmett asked with ASRL. "Sit your ass down," Edward growled. "I'm going to kill him. You can't stop me. Don't tell me he didn't rape her. Give me one good reason I can't." Emmett raged. "Shane," I spoke up. "Who?" Emmett glanced at me. "Your brother. For one thing, if he saw you right now, you'd scare the crap out of him. And you'll never be able to repair that. Plus, he's going to need both his big brothers to protect him." I glanced at Edward briefly, who was also looking at me. The boy those men were after was Shane. And their boss is still out there. You need to stay level-headed to protect both him and his mom. If anything happened to her, he would be devastated, I implored him. I knew Emmett was mad. And I didn't fault him for it. But I also knew underneath it all he was a good guy. "We have to be smart about this, Em. I'm on your side, but you can't just go off half-cocked not thinking about repercussions. I've always had your back, like you've had mine. Trust me that we need to wait on this," Edward promised him. Emmett shuddered a huge breath and took a seat. "Someone get me a drink." Jasper headed to the bar and started pouring drinks. "Anyone else?" he asked. "Me," Edward answered. "Do you need anything, my bride?" He came to my side. "Not at the moment." "Rosalie?" I asked her. She shook her head. Her crying had stopped, and she was looking at Emmett timidly. He eyed her back with a broken expression. "Why didn't you tell me, Rosie? I would have protected you, both of you." He smiled sadly. "From your own father," she scoffed. "Yes," Emmett insisted. "I loved you and would have done anything. You didn't take my ma's money, did you?" "No," she shook her head. "You can tell by my apartment. I barely make ends meet each month. I never would have come back to Seattle, but the promotion they offered would have given me a chance to start a college fund for Shane. I thought, it was safe since no one found us in Portland. I should have stayed there. How did you hide from us for so long? You had to have some help changing your me and records. Jasper asked. I'm not telling you. I won't put the person who helped me in jeopardy, Rosalie said. Fair enough. Bella is right. Rosalie, you and Shane will have our full protection, Edward sighed diplomatically. From your father. She repeated the same thing to him as she did Emmett. Edward nodded. I know you don't trust us, and I don't blame you. My family has done a lot of things that don't paint us in the best light. However, none of us in this room approve of mistreating women. He may be our father, but he crossed a line. He doesn't have to know, Emmett spoke up. Jasper will work his magic and put me as the father on the D-Lab report. Then we can update Shane's birth certificate. Now you're thinking correctly. Get it done, Jasper, Edward agreed with him. Doesn't Rosalie get a say? I asked. Why? It's the best thing to do. We can move her and the boy in tonight, Edward sighed. Your heart is in the right place, but you can't force this plan on her, I stated, turning to Rosalie. Edward and I would like to offer you the chance to move into our house. We have plenty of room. Plus, I don't think anyone has better security than Edward. It would be very safe. I'm taking a leave of absence, and I can keep an eye on Shane for you when you are at work. I can even homeschool him if you don't want him going back, I offered. I need to think about it. It is all just too much at the moment. Rosalie looked at Carlisle. Can I use your bathroom to freshen up? Of course, dear. Do you remember where it is? He asked. I do. She stood up. And, Rosalie, I apologize for how this went down. But I do hope you consider their offer. My nephews and Jasper would never go back on their word, he said kindly. I still need some time, she said softly. She disappeared down the hallway. Emmett watched her with a sad expression and hung his head. I failed her, he said. He reminded me of Edward over the last few days. No, you haven't. You didn't know. You'll only fail her now if you force her into something she doesn't want. As good as your intentions are, she needs to feel like she has control of her life. She's a victim of abuse and you need to be patient, I advised. I understand. What's the plan about father? Emmett turned to Edward. Can't it wait? You have a little brother in the other room to get to know, and he doesn't need to see Hulk in smash mode. I tried to diffuse the situation with some humor. It seemed to work as Emmett's anger melted into a smirk. I'd suck at being Bruce Banner, but I'll try. We'll talk tonight, Emmett. Right now, let's try to enjoy Aunt Esme's meal, Edward suggested. Emmett nodded and the look that passed between the brothers and their cousin made me shiver. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, it was all going to go to hell in handbasket. I leaned against the wall of the gun range, next to Jasper, watching Emmett desecrate his third target with his Glock. He had held it together through dinner. However, he didn't talk too much. I don't think it was noticeable since Shane was a chatterbox throughout the meal. Emmett did get a small chuckle when Shane copied him by putting ketchup on his roast and mashed potatoes. I was still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I had another baby brother. I had fully expected to find out that I had a nephew. I had been so consumed by my disgust with Rosalie hiding Shane from Emmett that I missed obvious red flags. It was obvious my bride and Jasper picked up on the truth a lot faster than me. Thankfully, Jasper clued me in so we could be prepared for Emmett's reaction. Not that I blame my brother. What my father had done was appalling. I didn't have it in me to blame Rosalie anymore. She obviously was scared shitless of my family and was trying to save herself and her baby. I knew what Emmett wanted. But it was a delicate situation. As much as we wanted to, we couldn't simply just off father. It would have to be well thought out so it wouldn't come back to bite us. That's enough, I told Emmett. Do you guys have a plan? He asked, bright eyes and a smile. He was more than tipsy but not quite drunk. Not yet. He's still in Europe anyways, so we have time, I told him. We have a threat here to take care of first. I've been thinking. Shut up. Emmett pointed at Jasper, who held his hands up, proclaiming his innocence. What if it was father? It took me a moment to register that Emmett, like me, no longer called him Da. You think he's behind taking my bride? But they weren't supposed to take her. Maybe it was an Egypt move. They were supposed to take Shane. Just like a few years ago. Newton was sent to get Victoria because she was supposedly pregnant with father's baby. What if he was after his son? Pissed Rosie kept Shane from him. Emmett suggested. It's a good theory, Jasper stated. I frowned. But Bella said they wanted to stick it to me. That's why they were taking her. They could have been mad about Newton. We know Tyler was connected to him. Or, maybe Senior was more pissed you married Bella without his permission than we thought. He did say he'd allow it for now, Jasper reminded me. There was a knock on the door, making all three of us turn our heads. I headed to the door and opened it to find Bella on the other side. She was dressed in stretch pants and one of my button-down shirts. She had washed the makeup off her face, so I could see the bruise on her cheek. It still made me angry every time I saw it. Is everything okay? I asked her. Everything is fine. Can I come in for a minute, or are you busy talking about business? She asked. I stepped aside to let her in, curious about what she wanted. She walked in and looked around the room. She spotted Emmett picking up his mess with a small frown. Hey, Bells, want me to teach you to shoot? Emmett asked. Hanging up a new target. I know how. My father taught me, Bella told him. But when was the last time you practiced? You got your gun on you. He headed toward her with his gun in his hand. I positioned myself in between them. I knew Emmett wouldn't hurt my bride, but he wasn't firing on all cylinders, and accidents could happen. Jasper pushed off the wall, ready to step in. No, I don't. It's in the nightstand. Bella glanced up at me, looking uncomfortable. Do you want me to start carrying in the house? No, you're safe at home, I promised. She should still practice. If Rosie had a gun on her, she wouldn't have been raped. She could have killed the bastard. Do you want the same thing happening to Bella? Have your son end up being your brother? He ranted. Bella flinched, then frowned at him. Are those blanks? Yup, I'm saving the good stuff for the bastard. Emmett chuckled darkly. Bella held her hand out for the gun, and he handed it over to her. Emmett stepped to her side, and I itched to intervene. Now what you? Before Emmett could finish his instructions, Bella raised the gun and fired off 3 quick shots, killing the head, upper chest, and groin. Jasper let out a low whistle and started to laugh. I don't think she needs any lessons, he stated, impressed. She handed the gun over to Emmett. Wipe my prints off. Yes, ma'am. He took it back instantly from her. Well done, my bride. I kissed her forehead. MMHMM. She was less than pleased. How much has he had to drink? That's not anything. He could be worse. I shrugged. Bella rolled her eyes. It's been a while since we got back from your aunt and uncle's. I was curious if any of you wanted anything to eat. Do you have any pasties left? Jasper asked. No, but I have some stew or the roast beef from earlier, or I could heat up the shepherd's pie. Your aunt also sent us roasted chicken. I could make sandwiches, she offered. Sandwiches will be fine. We can make them ourselves if you need to rest. I knew it was a long day, and I didn't want her to wear herself out serving us. I don't mind, she insisted. Can I get Dijon mustard on mine instead of mayonnaise? Jasper asked. Yes. Any other requests? She looked up at me. I sighed. Light on the mayo, please. Bella turned her head. Emmett, I'm fine, he said. Since when do you not want to eat? Jasper questioned. Emmett, you didn't eat much earlier. I'm making you a sandwich. You have about 10 seconds to tell me what you do or don't want on it. You need something other than alcohol in your system. Bella placed a hand on her hip. You sound like my aunt, Emmett grumbled. Good, that's a compliment. Bella smirked. Don't make me call her. If it's not too much trouble, can I have some stew? He asked. Yes, you can, Bella told him. She stepped away from me and started to head for the door. "1 second, Bella. Do you know whose idea it was to take you instead?" Jasper asked. She chewed on her lip for a moment thinking. It was Agent Crick's. He made a comment about seeing the engagement announcement and thought it would be better to take me. So, it wasn't an order from their boss. Jasper wanted her to clarify. "I don't know. I can't say for sure either way, sorry." Bella shrugged apologetically. "Well, it looks like Detective Eric Yorkie needs to answer some questions," I said. Bella looked up at me in surprise. "His first me is Eric. I don't know if this is anything, but Michael used to talk about meeting up with an Eric for drinks after work. But I never met the guy." "Not at the wedding?" Jasper asked, curiously. "I never made it into the room that night," Bella reminded him, rolling her eyes. "Right. How could I forget?" Jasper nodded. "It should only take me a few minutes to get everything together," Bella told us before exiting the room. "You want us to pick up Yorkie?" Jasper asked quietly, in case she was still in hearing distance. "Not tonight, but I want eyes on him. See if you can get a tracker on his car. We might have been too hasty getting rid of Paul and Crowley. We need answers to find out if we have 1 or 2 threats," I told him. "But it was fun getting rid of them. I like to think of myself as a creative genius." Emmett grinned ominously. "It was on the way home from rescuing my bride that I decided not to wait to get rid of the vermin. I had called Emmett to tell him he had free range, but to make sure nothing came back to us." Emmett and the boys ended up carrying the 2 jokers deep into the woods to become food for the BRs who were waking up from their winter PS. He pricked them with a drug that would be undetectable in an autopsy that sent the fuckers into cardiac arrest. When I arrived in the kitchen, Bella was setting a plate with a sandwich on the table next to a second already filled plate. She looked up when she saw us. "I've got to go. I'll talk to you soon. And I'll tell Edward your decision." She said a button on her phone, then turned toward the stove. She ladled stew into 2 bowls. "What do you need to tell me?" I asked as she carried them back to the counter. "That was Rosalie. She decided she'd be more comfortable moving in with your aunt and uncle." She glanced at Emmett, then back at me. "I was hoping maybe you can give them a security upgrade like you did my apartment. I'll be there first thing in the morning." "When is Rosie getting there?" Emmett asked, grabbing his bowl and heading to the table. Bella eyed him carefully. "I don't know. You have to give her time. She's had over 5 years. Emmett yelled, slamming his spoon on the table. "Don't raise your voice at her. She already told you to leave Rosalie alone, ISPPED. It's okay. He's not angry with me." Bella placed a hand on my shoulder. "Emmett, Bruce fucking Banner. I know." He rolled his eyes, flopping into his seat. "I don't think you do know," Bella said with a shake of her head. "It's impossible to know how she is feeling and what she's thinking. You can't understand because you weren't the one raped. The worst thing you can do is to charge in like a bull and try to control her life. She needs to feel in control. I can see you still love her and want to protect her. But right now, she has to learn to trust again. Not because you did anything wrong, but, in her situation, she'll have a hard time trusting anyone. You need to start as a friend and let it go from there." "But I still say if we were married then I can be Shane's dad and that would protect them, both of them," Emmett insisted. "It's a good idea in theory. Bring the idea up to her but let her decide if that's what she wants to do. And by the way, you can still be on the birth certificate without being married," Bella told him. "That is true. I can still whip up the D results in a birth certificate." Jasper nodded while checking to see which sandwich was his, then glanced at Bella. With Rosalie's approval, "You seem to know a lot about being raped. Have you?" "Jasper, that's not your business," I interrupted him, but the idea made my insides run cold. I now wanted the answer myself. "No, I haven't been. When I was at college, I volunteered for a crisis line. We were in no way therapists but were listening ears most of the time. We were trained how to handle certain situations," Bella explained. "I need a drink," Emmett mumbled. I headed to the fridge and grabbed him a beer. Bella took it out of my hands and put it back. She retrieved a Gatorade and walked to the table. She placed it next to his bowl. You've had enough alcohol. Using it as a vice is only going to do more harm than good. You need to keep a clear head if you want to help Rosalie and Shane. He looked up at her, and I thought he was going to argue with her. Instead, he twisted off the cap and took a swig. You're good for him. He jerked his head at me. Thank you. Bella smiled softly. By chance are there any bread or rolls I can have with this, please? Emmett asked sheepishly. Bella nodded and walked toward the pantry. I gave him an irritated look and followed her into the room. She was on her tiptoes, trying to reach the rolls on a higher shelf. I cursed myself since I knew I put them there last. I reached up and grabbed them for her. You know he's perfectly capable of getting it himself. You don't have to wait on him, I said. I know, but he's had a hard day. I don't mind. She tried to reach for the bread, but I put them off to the side. I grasped her hips lightly and kissed her. It had been a long day and I hadn't had a moment alone with her since this morning. She melted into the kiss, and after a moment, pulled away to rest her head against my chest. How are you doing? You didn't look comfortable shooting that gun, I asked, rubbing her back. Well, the idea of killing someone doesn't make me all warm and fuzzy. I hope I never have to pull the trigger, she said, pulling away from me. Me neither. But life or death, or protecting a loved one. It's easy to pull the trigger. You have one hell of an aim too. Although the crotch shot won't kill anyone. I tried to make light of the situation. It would stop someone from raping you if their dick is shot off. She scowled. Remind me not to piss you off. I smirked. She looked really emotional. I never want to be left alone with your father. You have my word, my bride. He will never be within 10 feet of you if I can help it, I promised. Her smile didn't quite meet her eyes, but she looked more tired than upset, so I didn't press it. She grabbed the bread and headed back to the table, giving it to Emmett. I followed behind, noticing she was limping again. She had been on her feet too long today. Thanks, Emmett said. What about ketchup? For the stew? Bella's nose wrinkled. Check the fridge yourself, I told him. I can get it. I need to get my food anyways, Bella said. I pulled out a chair. You should sit, you're limping. You've been on your feet too long. I'll get your dinner. Emmett, while you're up, get her some ice, I ordered. I went to the counter and grabbed my plate and her bowl, then brought them back. I took a seat, then propped her foot on my lap. Emmett tossed me a package of frozen peas, and I placed it on her ankle. Alice called too while you guys were busy. She wants to meet tomorrow at 10 to discuss wedding plans, Bella told me. I gave her an apologetic smile. I have a lot of work to catch up on. You'll have both Garrett and Riley with you for the foreseeable future if you're out of the house. She frowned slightly, appearing disappointed. You're not going to go. Whatever you want is fine with me, I said. So you're fine if I decide on green tuxes with matching bow ties and black shoes with little gold buckles for the men. She smirked, her eyes dancing with mischief. Like a bloody leprechaun? Jasper asked, his face contorted in disgust. No blood, it's a wedding. For the centerpieces, they can be pots of gold coins. Sounds like a perfect Irish wedding to me, Bella said. Oh, for favors you should pass out Lucky Charms cereal, Emmett added. Shane would make a perfect leprechaun. Shane won't be at the wedding, I stated. Why not? Bella asked. Because it would put even more unwanted light on him, I said. Besides, I know that you're just being silly with these ideas. There's no way my mother would agree to them. Everything has to be high class. Bella rolled her eyes. Who says she gets a say? If you want a say, then you should come. You need to at least give me an idea of your guest list, so we know how many to expect. I shrugged and looked at Jasper. I think there were at least 300 from our side at my wedding, but there would be even more since Edward is a bigger deal than me. Plus, your side, he said. There will be no one on my side. I don't even know if I have a maid of honor this time around since Alice has to work at my wedding. Bella looked disheartened. We can hire extra people to help. Alice has been overworked and could use an assistant or two. I can't always help. We can always get Katie from one of our other hotels for that night, Jasper suggested. Get it done. I agreed, then rubbed Bella's foot, glancing at her. What about those two guys from the reservation near your hometown? The Blacks. It's too far for Billy to travel, Bella answered. Don't forget you two need to talk to the priest about the church. You might have a reception place, but the church would be harder to secure, Jasper said. A church wedding? Bella questioned. It's tradition, I told her, but I realized we may have a big SG. That's a huge bit of irony that you kill people, but yet have to have church weddings. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning if you enter a church? Bella snickered. Very funny. I snorted. I'll call the priest and see what I can do. A sizable doution does wonders. She pushed her bowl away, only eating half of her meal. I'm going to wash the dishes then lie down to read. Jasper and I will take care of the dishes, Emmett spoke up, and Bella looked at him in surprise. You can thank Aunt Esme. She trained us. Bella chuckled. Thank you. That will be helpful. She started to get to her feet, but I pulled her up into my arms and carried her out of the room. You know you're spoiling me. I'm going to expect you not only to carry me up the aisle but down it too, she teased, ruffling my hair. If you want, I could do some romantic shit like that, I told her. She snorted. I doubt a church would approve. It would probably be indecent. Will it be a problem if I'm not baptized? I don't think so. I glanced at her and grew concerned. Not once when talking about the wedding was she actually smiling. You talk like you're not looking forward to the wedding. She shrugged. To be honest, it seems like overkill since we're already married. It also doesn't seem like a wedding for us, rather than for others as some big show. At this point, I think it would be better to just have a reception to celebrate, like the ball. We wouldn't have to worry about a church, bridal attendants, or bouquets, just celebrate. Just celebrate. I pondered. Why not? Rules are meant to be broken after all, aren't they? Really? We can do that. She appeared excited for the first time. Well, it is what you want. And as long as I don't have to wear a green tux, I'll be happy. I kissed her lips lightly. Will you still wear a white dress? And I insist on a first dance. I won't say no to dancing with you, she said, happily. We should still have a cake too. Emmett wouldn't speak to us again if we didn't. I chuckled. I just hope he doesn't put ketchup on it. Her nose wrinkled. No, the reception will be fancy, so it will be a -1 sauce. I joked and her face blanched. Monday morning, I was finding it difficult to focus on work. I should be preparing for a court case, but my mind kept wandering. Garrett and Riley were two of my most trusted guards, but I would prefer if Bella was at the house if I couldn't be at her side myself. I hit the intercom button. Lauren, I want you to track down a phone number for William or Jacob Black. They're residents of La Push. Yes, sir. And sir, Mrs. Cullen is here to see you. Her voice sounded strained. Send her in. I was surprised Bella had arrived so early. I was expecting her after her appointment with Alice. My mother walked through the door, and I frowned. Since when are you Mrs. Cullen? Since it got me through the door to speak to my own son. Now don't blame the girl out there, this is my own doing. Mother sat across from me. What are you doing here? I asked. To see you and talk some sense into you. It's not my fault I had to go to drastic measures to do so. You've been ignoring me. She rolled her eyes. I've been busy. I'm sure you heard the news, I stated. Of course. How is Isabella? Mother's cold eyes softened slightly. She'll be okay. Luckily, she only had a few bruises and a twisted ankle, I told her. You must end the engagement immediately, Mother ordered. We're already married, Mother. I married her the same night I met her. I braced myself for her wrath. She closed her eyes tightly. Please, tell me that you are joking. I'm not, and I will not tolerate you coming in here and telling me. She's not right for our world just because she's not some rich socialite, I stated. My mother opened her eyes and glared at me. Of course she doesn't belong in this world. She is a sweet, intelligent, and caring young woman. Raised by a decent man. A cop no less. She deserves a normal husband, with a normal life to raise her children safely, without having to watch her back every day. She SPPED. I was taken aback and dumbfounded by her declaration. Are you saying it was never the girls weren't good enough for me, but I wasn't good enough for them? This life wasn't good enough for them. That's why I tried to pay them to stay away so they wouldn't be wrapped up in all crime and death, she asserted. But yet, you pushed Maggie toward me, I pointed out. I was trying to protect her too. Margaret, unlike Rosalie and Isabella, didn't have a choice to be in our world. I knew with you and Emmett raised by Esme and Carlisle you would be better men than your father. Your father? She closed her eyes again. Uncle Carlisle told me what happened to Aunt Esme. But has father been abusive to you? I asked, quietly. She shook her head. No, he hasn't touched me since I was pregnant with Emmett. I don't want what happened to your aunt to happen to anyone else. My head whirled as I tried to process it all. I know about Rosalie. Did you help her escape? She suddenly looked very worried. Her head darted around the room. How safe is your office? Safe. Jasper and I check it daily ourselves, I promised her. What I didn't tell her was it was only after recent events that we took the checking into our own hands. I gave her enough cash for a ticket out of town. That's all she would take from me. I can't tell you where she went, I don't even know. She was adamant. The boy the kid PPERS tried to take was her son. She's back in Seattle, I told her. Oh, dear God, is he your father's? She dropped her voice to a low whisper. That's when I knew for sure she had known or at least suspected. He's Emmett's, I lied. She looked only slightly relieved. Edward, if you care for this girl at all, you will get her away from this life before it's too late. I arrived at Alice's office early and waited in the small waiting area for her. Her door opened moments later, and a couple walked out, hand in hand. They looked happy and in love. Alice came to the doorway and waved me in. I barely had stepped into the room when she wrapped her arms around me tightly. I'm so glad that you're okay. I was so scared when I saw it on the news. I'm sorry I haven't been able to come to see you, she said apologetically. It's fine, Alice, understand, I told her. I knew she had back-to-back weddings this past weekend. Do you want coffee, or anything else, before we start? She offered. No, thank you, I told her. Well, let's get this wedding started. She gestured to a small seating area with a loveseat and a couple of comfortable-looking chairs. There was a coffee table in between them with binders on it. It looked more inviting now than when Heidi worked here. We will be only having a reception and not a ceremony, I told her, taking a seat. The rat told me. Alice scowled while grabbing her laptop from her desk. The rat, I questioned. Jasper is married and neglected to tell me. She scowled. I cringed. I'm sorry, Alice. You knew. She looked betrayed. I found out while on vacation. I wanted to tell you in person and not in a text or on the phone. But then I was taken and haven't gotten another chance, I explained, feeling a bit guilty for not telling her sooner. It's not your fault anyway. He should have told me. She frowned. Do you know their marriage was a business arrangement? And his wife is gay, and they have some sort of arrangement to see other people. Still not a good excuse. Are you defending him? She asked. Nope. I told him I would try only once to get you to talk to him since I feel guilty about hitting him with an apple. No more from me unless you need to vent. I promised. You hit him with an apple. Alice raised an eyebrow. Yeah. I explained the situation to her. She smirked. Sounds like it serves him right. Now where would you like to start? Flowers or food? How about food? I chose. Shortly before noon, I got off on Edward's floor with Riley trailing behind me. I knew having security was important. However, I was annoyed that they wouldn't let me get an expectant mother book myself. Riley had to do it, because Edward didn't want the word out that I was pregnant. I walked up to the desk, hoping that this time his assistant wouldn't give me trouble. She looked up at me and gave me a nervous smile. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Cullen." "Mr. Cullen is in Mr. Whitlock's office, but you can go right in. Can I get you anything?" she asked. "Actually, by any chance does your break room have plasticware? The restaurant forgot to give me any," I asked. "Yes, ma'am. I will get it right away." She stood up from her desk and hurried off. I went into Edward's office and stood in the middle, trying to decide between the conference table or the coffee table by the couch. I decided on the cushier seat of the sofa. Lauren entered and brought me 2 sets of plastic cutlery. "Thank you," I said to her. "You're welcome. I let Mr. Cullen know that you were here. He asked me to tell you to start eating without him, and he'll join you shortly," she told me. Then wrung her hands nervously. "I would like to apologize again for the first time you visited. No one informed me of Mr. Cullen's marriage, and it wasn't the first time. Women have shown up proclaiming to be his girlfriend. All of them had been liars or reporters trying to snoop. I meant no disrespect. I was only trying to do my job." I could tell she was being sincere. "Your apology is accepted." She looked relieved. "Just so you know, Mr. Cullen's mother was here earlier and he hasn't been in a good mood ever since." I snorted. "What? With her cherry disposition, I find that hard to believe." "Thank you for the heads up." Lauren nodded and left the room, making sure to close the door. I sighed in slight disappointment and pulled out my food. As I ate, I started to read my new book. When I finished my food, Edward still hadn't arrived yet. I kicked my feet up on the couch and closed my eyes for a couple minutes, trying to decide if it would be worth it to stick around. I opened them when I heard the crinkling of plastic. I shot up and looked around to see Edward seated at his desk with his food in front of him. He gave me an apologetic look. "Sorry, the blasted containers are louder than a gunshot," he apologized. "It's okay. I didn't expect to fall asleep." I yawned. He brought his food over to me. "Is it normal for you to be this tired?" "According to the book it is. I'll take being tired over getting sick at all hours of the day." I lowered my legs so he could sit. "Did my secretary give you a hard time?" he asked. "No, she was quite pleasant this time. I did hear that your mother visited. How did that go?" I wondered. It was very surprising, not what I suspected at all. He concentrated on his food and wouldn't look at me. "Are you going to expand? Is she going to try to stop us?" I pressed. "It's more complicated than that." He sighed and set down his food. I found out the real reason why my mother always tried to pay off the girls. It was never that they weren't good enough. She was trying to protect them from our lifestyle. She didn't want anyone else getting hurt like my Aunt Esme. I blinked in surprise and leaned back into the cushions. "Oh wow, I think your mom deserves an Oscar or something, because she plays the entitled, snobby bitch well." "Well, I'm not sure it was all an act. But it does explain some things." He roughly stabbed at a tomato in his lunch. A thought occurred to me. "Edward, do you think it's possible," I paused to take a deep breath, "that your father might have hurt your mother, like he did Rosalie?" I hated that I had to ask. But it was too important to ignore. He closed his eyes for a moment. "I wondered about it too." I asked her, and she said he didn't. "Oh good." I sighed in relief. "I have something for you. Maybe it will cheer you up." I reached for my bag and pulled out the colorful book. It was a baby dinosaur book. "I figure if I give it to you now, you'll have time to practice reading it." He snorted and took it from me. "Thanks, my bride." "You're welcome, Eddie," I smiled. "And here I thought you forgot about that." He tried to scowl but his eyes started to twinkle. "No, I just figure the last few days weren't much for joking. I got something else for you too." I was more nervous about this book. I reached in and pulled out a book for expectant fathers. He took it and looked at me more thoughtfully. He flipped open the cover and scanned the first page. "You know, maybe instead of an animal theme, we should do dinosaurs," I suggested. "What if we have a girl?" he questioned. My smile grew since he was saying we instead of you. "I'll have you know, plenty of girls like dinosaurs." There were at least 2 girls in my class that would testify to that. Whatever you want, Edward chuckled. So, if I want to turn one of the downstairs rooms into an indoor playground, you won't stop me. I was half joking. The weather around here was iffy, and I knew from having indoor recess. Having a room the kids could run around in could be a savior. Only if you expected me to build it, it wouldn't be safe. I'll delegate that to Emmett. He'll have a field day with it, he answered. I wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. Thank you. You can do better than that. He pulled me onto his lap and his hand slid up my skirt. You wore a skirt. I remember you being disappointed last time I was here that I wore pants. Did you want to hear about wedding plans? I found it hard to concentrate with fingers brushing my inner thigh. Am I going to be dressed head to toe in green? He smirked as he slipped his hand into my panties. No, I squirmed as his fingers started to play with my clit. Then I don't need to know anything else. He pressed his lips along my neck. Tonight, I want to take you out to dinner. We don't get to do that enough. I only nodded my head in agreement as he slipped my underwear off and shifted me so he could undo his pants. I straddled his lap and lowered myself on his erection before getting lost in our own private world. It was dark out when we left the Metropolitan Grill. I was ready to walk when I saw the prices on the menu, but Edward insisted. Edward glanced around at the street then pulled out his phone to call for the car. I rubbed my arms, chilly in the damp, night air. Edward shrugged off his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. A dark car caught my eye, driving incredibly slowly. The window started to roll down. Edward, I got his attention. He glanced over his shoulder in the direction I was looking. He quickly sprang into action, dropping his phone and pulling me down behind a huge electrical box. A series of gunshots rang out with him covering me. I heard tires squeal before Edward loosened his grip on me. All around us was a fury of excitement. Stay down. Are you okay? He asked. Yes. Are you? I glanced at him worriedly. I'm fine, he said. I spotted blood on his arm and gasped. You got hit. It's just a scratch, he muttered. Another car squealed to a stop and Riley jumped out. Boss, let's get out of here. Edward helped me up and rushed me to the car. Behind there were people shouting we should wait for the cops, but Edward ignored them. As soon as the doors closed, Garrett peeled away. He took a few sudden turns, making me start to feel queasy. You need a doctor. I glanced at Edward. The sight of his blood wasn't helping either. I'll be fine, it's just grazed me. Garrett, head straight for the house, Edward ordered. Stop the car, as I was fighting a losing battle of keeping my dinner down. We're not stopping, Edward argued. I'm going to be sick. Please, I pleaded. The car came to a sudden stop, and I opened the door then leaned out. Edward held my hair back for me, and when I was done, Garrett sped off for the house. Closing my eyes helped so I didn't get useless again. When we arrived at the house, Edward helped me out of the car then took his cell phone back from Riley. If you won't see a doctor, at least let me wrap it for you, I told him. Garrett can wrap it. I want you in the safe room until I come and get you, no arguments. He kissed my temple. Fine. I jumped when 2 more cars came speeding into the underground garage. I relaxed when I saw it was Jasper behind the wheel and Emmett was close behind him. Hours later, I was bored and UBLE to sleep. There was a movie playing, but I could hardly focus on it. I was anxious to find out what was going on outside these walls. However, I decided to trust Edward's judgment and stay put. It was just after midnight when the door opened. I tensed until I saw Jasper step into the room. He gave me a half-hearted smile. The threat is over, you can go to your room. I'll stay here for the night just in case. He told me. Where's Edward? I questioned, since I was told to wait for him. He's blowing off steam on his piano. He told me to tell you it was safe, Jasper said. What about Emmett? I asked. He went to camp out at Carlisle and Esme's to make sure they don't need backup, he answered me. I told him good night then made my way up to Edward's music room. He had his back to me. His shirt was off and his arm was bandaged. The music he was playing was beautiful and sounded familiar. "What are you playing?" I asked, sitting beside him. "It's called A Bird Without Wings," he told me. "Sounds sad." I frowned. "MMHMM," he replied. "Is your arm okay?" I asked. "It's fine," he answered in a clipped tone. "Please don't ask me any questions. I can't give you any answers." I chewed on it for a moment, ready to argue with him. But it had been a long night and I didn't want to fight. "I'm sorry if I've bothered you." I started to get up, and he grabbed my hand, pulling me back to the bench. "You're not bothering me. We're going to go away this weekend," he told me. "Away? Now?" I was surprised. "Yes. We need a place to breathe and not have to watch our backs," he told me. I nodded in agreement. He certainly looked like he needed to decompress, so this would be a good thing for him. "Okay. Just tell me what I need to pack," I agreed. When Edward saw a weekend away, I wasn't sure what to expect. I thought he'd choose a secluded resort or beach house again. Furthest from my mind was a small remote town in Maine. So small that the house was deep in the woods, where you couldn't see any neighbors. Edward had told me that it was his uncle's distant relative's house. It would be far off the radar from virtually anyone. The weekend started off relaxing. We barely left the house and just enjoyed each other's company. Sunday morning, I awoke to find Edward out of bed already and a note was on his pillow. I assumed he left to tell me he went to get breakfast or something. I unfolded the note and tears pooled my eyes as I read his words. "My bride, I will never forget the night I met you. You stormed into the bar, looking like an angel sent from heaven. And I was the devil, who just had to have you. I needed a wife and heir, and you were easy to take. What I never counted on was falling in love with you. That is why I must leave you. You will always be in danger in my world. And here you can live a happy life. Jasper has set you up with a new identity and you will never have to worry about money. Take care of our child and my heart as I have left it with you. They say, if you love someone, set them free. You are free from me. Love, Edward." By Karamak. I grabbed my phone and dialed his number. "I'm not going to change my mind," he answered the phone. "What gives you the right to decide for me? We should have talked about this together. Do you think you can really stop me from returning to Seattle?" "ISPPED. My family killed your father," he stated coldly. My insides froze. "What? You're lying. Why would you say that?" "I'm telling you the truth. It was a cover-up. 2 people betrayed my father. The woman was pregnant with his child. Your father got caught in the crossfire. But it doesn't matter. A good cop is a dead cop." He hung up on me. I burst into tears, confused and hurt. I didn't know if he said that just to hurt me, but it worked. I ripped the letter into shreds and sobbed into my pillow. EPOV. I arrived at my hotel before dawn on Monday, after making several pit stops with a few different alias me's. I didn't want tea. Obi tracked and was going to do everything in my power to keep my bride safe. The best way I could think of was for her to be across the country far from Seattle. She still had 2 of my best men protecting her. I knew Bella wouldn't agree with my scheme, so I didn't warn her beforehand what I had planned to do. The drive-by shooting was the last straw. It was a knife to the gut telling her about her father. But I'd rather she hate me than for her to get hurt. The elevator door slid open to my floor, and I headed straight for my penthouse. Emmett's door opened before I got there. "Hey, what are you doing here? Fight with the missus?" he asked, yawning. "No," I answered curtly. I was hoping to get a couple of hours of sleep before heading into the office and didn't want to waste time talking to him. "Then where is she? She's barely been out of your sight," he pressed. "Where she will be safe," I answered. "Like a safe house," he continued, sounding confused. "Yes. Now, should we send Rosie and Shane?" he asked worriedly. I closed my eyes briefly. "Possibly. I don't know. All I do know is I need some sleep. We can talk about it later." Later that night, I met with Emmett and Jasper at Jasper's place. Jasper poured us around and flipped the switch on the wall to make sure any outside interference would be blocked. I double-checked this place myself. I also have a new laptop and router that only I've touched. I'm not taking any chances anymore, Jasper announced. Where's Maria? I asked. She went to her brother's. I also talked to Santiago before she went, and your suspicions were not far from the mark. Only it wasn't Rita who your father tried something with, it was Sophia, the youngest sister, Jasper told me. When? Didn't she only turn 18 2 years ago? I asked, trying to remember her. It was 5 years ago, at my wedding to Maria. She would have been 16. Jasper looked disgusted. Fuck, she was a baby. You said tried. Tell me that means he didn't. Emmett growled, UBLE to finish. No. Santiago walked into the room and interrupted him. He then didn't let his sister out of his sight for the rest of the night. Apparently, Diego didn't care when Santiago told him about it. Jasper confirmed. This proves he has to be stopped. I tossed back my drink. Santiago wants permission to do it. Jasper gave me an apprehensive look. No way. The fucker is mine, Emmett complained. There might be some benefits in allowing him. Like his death won't be directly linked to us, Jasper said, then glanced at Emmett. Not that I want to deprive Emmett of his fun. Let me consider it. I wanted Emmett to have his justice, but Jasper raised a good point. Don't wait too long, Emmett grumbled. I glared at him. I will take as long as needed to make sure it's done correctly. I turned to Jasper. Anything on Yorkie? He's like chasing a blind spot, Jasper said cryptically. Meaning? I started to get annoyed. Exactly as I said, he's a blind spot to trackers. Which ironically, a blind spot can still be followed, only if you're looking for a literal blind spot. Yorkie must have a jammer in his car, which can only prove he's the reason we couldn't track Bella, Jasper explained. Any ideas how we get him alone? I demanded. He frequents New Moon. He almost always requests a special. Jasper smirked. Have Tanya re him for us. But not to kill him, I told him, grinning. Tanya was our Venus flytrap. She often helped us out with interrogations, holding on to men and occasionally killing for us when needed. To say she enjoyed the work would be an understatement. She's probably second to Emmett when it came to torturing. We've always paid her well for it too. You're not going to like this, I warned, looking at Jasper. He instantly bristled. We never talked about if Peter had a role in this. Jasper clenched his jaw. I know. He rubbed a hand over his face. I want to say there's no way. My father has always been faithful to my mother. But then he's hardly ever in the dark about anything. It kills me to say it, we can't rule him out. I thought about it some more. Unlike my father, Peter always appeared to be better than Dad. He would visit Jasper and take interest in his studies when we were in school. Even made a point to come to some games when he could. He was somewhere in between my father and uncle on a scale. We WILL handle Yorkie and Senior first and keep an eye on the situation with Peter. I don't think he's our threat either, but I don't trust anyone who's not in this room. Save for maybe a tiny handful of others. We already know Paul was just as good at computers as Peter and Liam, so the buck could easily have stopped at him, I reasoned. What about Liam? Jasper questioned. Maybe he has a grudge for being pushed out when you took over. Possibly, but he hasn't had any hand in the business in years and never seemed interested in anything that goes on. Why now and not then? I responded. Liam is too boring to do anything. Emmett scoffed. What I want to know is, do you have an answer for me about Rosalie and Shane? Should they go into hiding too? Who is in hiding? Jasper looked confused. Bella is. Didn't you know? Emmett looked at me then at him. No. Jasper gave me a what the fuck look. I don't answer to you. After the drive-by shooting, which we still don't have answers to, the best place for her was far from here, I told Jasper before turning to Emmett. And if Rosalie wants to, she can leave tomorrow with Embry. Jasper was still giving me a look that I didn't like. He was questioning me. What? ISRLED. I'm surprised Bella agreed to go into hiding. She seems to be a fighter, not a runner. He shrugged. I made the decision, I said. You're a fucking hypocrite. I have to be Bruce Banner. And yet you get to make the decisions for her. How is that fair? Emmett complained. 1. Bella's my wife, not an ex-girlfriend. 2. She is pregnant with the heir to our family line. She is more of a target than them. You act like I plan on leaving them unprotected. I'm not, I argued. But I think everyone needs to take a step back. The last thing we need is to be at each other's throats when we should have each other's backs, Jasper interrupted. Ed, I'm sorry for questioning you. And, all that matters is they're all safe, not whose decision it is, right? Yeah, Emmett sighed. I'll go talk to Rosie about leaving. Report back what she decides. And she won't know where she's going until she arrives. That's for her safety as well as Bella's, I instructed. Got it. He left the room. You want another? Jasper held up the bottle of whiskey. Please. I slid my glass over the counter to him. He poured it then slid it back. You know, being your advisor doesn't mean we only need to talk about the business. You can come to me with anything. And what should I be coming to you with? I asked. The fact there has been 2 attempts on your girl's life has to have shaken you. Not to mention you've got a baby on the way and told me diddly squat. You're happy about the baby, right? And not just because you have an heir. He asked. I don't know how to be a father. I don't get why people expected me to be. I thought Bella would do the raising, I told him. He gave me an incredulous look. Something tells me Bella won't go for that. And you're not your father. You will be a better father, but you've got to at least try before giving up. It doesn't matter now. The situation is moot. I downed the whiskey. Jasper appraised me and shook his head. Tell me you didn't. Didn't what? I didn't meet his eyes. I've known you since we both were in diapers. You didn't send her away only for her protection, did you? You've left her, he accused. I will always provide for her and the baby. You can tell me I told you so, but I fell in love with her. Nevertheless, she wasn't safe in this life, and I did what I needed to do. Hopefully, the baby is a girl, so she won't be dragged into this life. And the family can die out with me. I'm not going to say I told you so, I'm going to call you an Egypt. You think the best thing for her is to push her away? Jasper questioned. It wasn't just my idea, my mother said it was for the best and Uncle Carlisle. I defended my actions. Carlisle told you to leave Bella. Jasper scoffed. He told me I had 3 options. Fight for her and hopefully the threats die down. Let her go, or we both try to leave this life, I told him. So, you took the chicken's way out, he indicated. I am. Quote. Don't pull the I am the boss card with me for calling you out, Jasper interrupted. You're lucky Emmett isn't still here because he'd be livid. He would die for the chance to go back in time to fight for Rosalie. I don't get why you're not fighting, give me one good reason. I told you I love her, so the best thing I can do is take me out of her life, since I've only brought her hurt and pain. I'm done. Let me know when Tanya contacts you. I spun on my heels to leave. Ed, Jasper called to me, and I paused but I didn't turn around. Look, you went to bat for me and Maria. We have a chance to be happy with the ones we love. You deserve to be happy too. And I've never seen you happier than with Bella. Don't throw it away because your father is an ass. We'll take care of him. I faced him. It doesn't matter. When she argued that she was coming back, I told her the family was responsible for her father's death. For the cherry on top, I told her, a good cop was a dead cop. He winced. Fuck, Edward, you really know how to shoot yourself in the foot. You can still fix this if you explain everything. Perhaps, but I still feel selfish for holding on to something so good. She's the angel and I'm the devil. I shrugged and left the room. The following Friday evening, Tanya alerted us that there was a fly in her web. I sent Emmett to do a pickup and deliver the fly to the old cannery. Jasper and I arrived at the same time. I entered the back room in time to see Emmett wind up to take a swing at Yorkie's face. His face already looked bruised and swollen. I need him to talk, I reminded him. My bad. He flexed his hand to adjust the brass knuckles, then aimed for the ribs instead, and I heard a crack. Yorkie groaned and spat out blood. I circled him, looking him up and down. He wasn't wearing a stitch of clothing, and his back was marked up with scratches, or knowing Tanya, they were from her favorite cat o' nine tails. I bet ya thought ya'd get away with it. Didn't ya? My anger boiled over and the Irish side of me came out. Get away with what? Do you have any idea what will happen to you for messing with a police officer? He SPPED. It was hard to take him seriously while he was drooling blood. Y'are no saint officer of the law. Y'are crooked as they come. I know y'are one of the Egypts who took Isabella. I want to know why. I stopped circling to glare at him. Or what? You'll kill me. We both know you're going to do it, Yorkie scoffed. I smirked, drawing my Glock. True, but it can be quick and fast, or I can let my brother have his fun. I nodded. I'm not saying a word, he growled. Ya know what my favorite part of Thanksgiving is, brother, the wishbone. I smirked. I grabbed onto Yorkie's left arm while Emmett grabbed the other. We twisted and pulled at the same time, and there were sickening pops. Yorkie screamed in pain as his arms now hung at odd angles. Who is yar boss? ISRLED. Fuck you, Yorkie hollered. I pushed over the chair, and Yorkie fell, face planting on the cement. Fix him, I told Emmett. Emmett hauled him up and tried to right the chair, but one of the legs was busted. So, he pushed it over, and Yorkie looked like a turtle stuck on its back. Blood oozed from his forehead and nose. Well, I can end it now, if ya tell me what I want to know, I hissed. Go to hell. Yorkie gasped in short breaths. Emmett. I gave him a curt nod. Lawn darts anyone, he called cheerfully. I stepped away as Emmett tossed a blade underhanded from across the room. I led Yorkie in the gut, followed by a second one. Yorkie's breathing became more labored. Last chance. He could do this all day, I threatened Yorkie. He clenched his eyes shut and didn't say anything. Emmett tossed the third knife. It spun and twisted in the air, then hit Yorkie in the jugular. Blood spurted everywhere. Yorkie convulsed several times before becoming still. Niece, I think you got an artery. Jasper chuckled. Sorry, boss. Emmett apologized but was smirking. He wasn't going to tell us shit. Torch him or feed him to the sharks. I don't care. I holstered my gun. With pleasure. A lot of well-fed animals around here, he snickered. Maybe we should nick you the zookeeper. Instead of exterminator, Jasper joked. I half smiled. Watching Yorkie lose his life only made me feel slightly better. I wasn't going to rest until I knew my bride was safe. A week had gone by with nothing noteworthy happening. It was quiet. Too quiet. I spent my time working. Thankfully I was in court this week so I could distract myself. However, I was fined. Myself constantly looking at my phone to see if Bella's dot was where it should be. She called a few times, but I had ignored them. Disappointingly, she never left a message. As I was leaving the courthouse, I turned on my phone with the intent of checking on Bella for the 100th time. Before I could look, my phone rang. Hello, I answered, trying to keep the bitterness out of my voice. Why haven't you been answering? I've been trying to reach you, Father SPPED. I've been in court all day. The judge don't allow cell phones to be on, I explained. HMPF. I got back last night, and I want to meet tonight to discuss things. Be at Twilight by 8 sharp, he ordered. Yes, sir, I confirmed, then hung up. I immediately called Jasper. I heard from my da. I'll meet you there, he said. Good, but I'm debating on telling Emmett. I don't want him to lose it and shoot father in the middle of the club. But he'd be pissed if we leave him out. We need answers before we exterminate the rat. I turned to him for his thoughts. Agreed, however, if we don't include him it could also send him off the deep end, so bringing him might be the lesser of the two evils, he said. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Call him. Make sure he knows we need answers before anything else. Yes, boss, he said. I arrived first and waited for the other two to show up. They arrived in Jasper's car and parked next to me. Emmett climbed out of the car, looking ready for a fight. I shot him a look and he gave me a challenging one back. "Don't say it," he grumbled. "Soon. Maybe you'll get lucky tonight. Let's see how the cards play." I promised. "I've always been good at cards." He smirked. Emmett led the way into the club. It was packed to the brim with bodies. I chuckled inwardly as both my Thayer and friend avoided the scantily clad woman who approached them. A few weeks ago, they would have stopped to flirt, but they both had changed. When we reached the VIP section, my father and Peter were sitting at their usual table. I was also not surprised by the nearly naked girl perched on my father's lap. He whispered in her ear, and she giggled, then got up. He smacked her ass before she walked away. She strode straight up to Jasper with a huge smile. "Hi, stranger. I've missed you. I thought you were coming back to visit me." "Things changed," he said, avoiding eye contact. "Like what?" She pouted. "My taste for something more higher quality." He walked past her. Her mouth dropped open, then she sneered at his back. "Asshole." She stormed away. "That was harsh, dude." Emmett chuckled, following Jasper to the table. We took our seats and my eyes rode, taking in my father's appearance. Although you could tell he had a tan recently, he looked pale and also appeared to be sweating. I wasn't sure if it was a trick of the lights or something else. "About time," he mumbled. "You said 8 and it's 10 of. We're early," I stated. Father pulled at his tie, loosening it. "Emmett, get your ass up and get me something to drink. I don't know what your mother was thinking about when she insisted she was cooking tonight. She should leave the cooking to her sister. I need an antacid or something. I don't think alcohol is going to soothe a stomach ache," I scoffed. "Are you a doctor all of the sudden?" He SPPED at me, then glared at Emmett. "Why are you still sitting? I gave you an order." "Yes, sir," Emmett SRLED, standing up so quickly his chair almost fell over. "Boy forgot his place," Father grumbled. "Is the bloody air even working in here?" Peter looked at him in concern. "I don't think it's the room. Ed, perhaps you should see Carlisle. Maybe you got food poisoning or something." "I'm fine, Father SPPED. I want my report." "Why wasn't I contacted when your wife was taken?" "Because I was in charge and handled it myself. I had her home in less than 24 hours. The men who took her are all dead." I watched him carefully for a reaction. His face remained blank. "Who sent them?" "We have a theory on that. The men were after a small boy in the class, not my bride. The boy, we found out, had ties to the family," I explained. "What boy is this? I would know if there was a kid out there." Peter looked genuinely confused. Emmett returned with 2 drinks and set them down. My father grabbed one and started to drink it but spat it instantly out. "What the hell is this shit?" Father said. "Whoops. That must have been my fire whiskey. This one is yours." He slid the other drink to Father. "Can't trust you to do anything." He scowled at Emmett. "Now what is this news about a boy?" "He's mine. His me is Shane. Rosalie is his mother," Emmett stated. He looked like he was struggling to hold on to his temper. Father's face was red, and he didn't seem to care. However, Peter looked surprised for once in his life. "Are you even sure it's yours?" Dad scoffed. "Carlisle ran the tests. You know he wouldn't lie. Who else could be the father?" Emmett crossed his arms, challenging him. "Who knows with the slut?" Father wheezed. "She's not a slut," Emmett SRLED, his fists clenching. I put a hand on his shoulder. "She." Father's face contorted, and he clutched his chest. He let out a strangled sound before collapsing. Peter jumped to his feet. "Jasper, call Carlisle now." A few hours later, we were waiting in a waiting room for my uncle. My mother had arrived shortly after us with Charlotte. She sat by the windows, staring out, not saying a word to anyone. Peter paced the room. "What did you put in the drink?" I whispered to my brother. "Nothing, I swear." "Perhaps karma caught up with him." Emmett shrugged. Carlisle came into the room with a grim look. He went over to Mother and took a seat next to her. I headed over with the others trailing behind. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. He didn't make it. He had a second heart attack before we could get him into surgery, he said softly. We can do an autopsy to find out the cause. No, I don't want one. My husband drank, smoked, and let's face it, has done drugs. His lifestyle caught up with him. Don't waste anyone's time finding out what we already know to be true. She shook her head. Elizabeth. Peter looked ready to argue. No autopsy. I agreed. I'm the boss now. If my mother doesn't want one, then her wishes will be respected. Thank you. Mother looked at me, and her eyes looked relieved. She rose to her feet. I have a funeral to prepare for. She left the room with Charlotte. I watched, wondering if my imagination was working overtime. Did my mother kill my father by putting something into his food? Carlyle informed us he had the paperwork to do and said his condolences before leaving the room. Peter, I would like a word. I stopped him from leaving. Now, he asked. I'm afraid it's rather important, I said. You swear you or my father didn't know about Shane? No, at least I didn't. The last I found out about Rosalie was that she moved to New York to be a model, then married a guy named Royce King. Are you telling me you think your own father was behind the kid PPing? Is he your theory? Peter asked. Well, what we do know is what my father did to Victoria when he thought she was pregnant with his child. And since my father raped Rosalie around the time she got pregnant, he could have assumed Shane was his, I explained. Raped? He told me that she came on to him. But, I did always wonder because Emmett and her always looked so happy together. Peter looked at a loss for words. Did you kill your father? He looked at Emmett. No, I wish I did, but it seems karma caught up to him first. Emmett frowned. Peter, this is important. We need to know for Shane's safety and my bride's. Was my father behind this? Don't forget I'm the boss now and you answer to me, I demanded. He shrugged. I don't know. It's possible he might have wanted to take Shane. He would have been pissed if he had a son being kept from him. But your wife? That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you. No offense to you, Peter. You have served our family well. But from here on out, I think it will be best you hand over the reins to Jasper, I said. I understand. I will still be there to help make the transition run smoothly. And for the record, I might have been a part of a ton of shady things, but I never stood by abuse of women, he stated. He left, shaking his head, looking a little perplexed. I did however believe that he had no part of anything. I wasn't 100% on my father, but I didn't see any other possible outcome. Sorry, Emmett, I know this wasn't exactly what you wanted. I apologized to my brother. He's gone and good riddance. I wish I could have had my way with him, but did Ma kill him with her cooking? I mean, when was the last time she cooked? Emmett whispered, looking shocked. I don't know. Maybe she had enough of him, I said. So it's over now, and maybe Ma got her well-deserved justice. Everyone else can come out of hiding. Emmett looked happier. Yes, Shane and Rosalie can come back. Make sure they know they can't say where they've been in case we need it again, I confirmed. Emmett nodded, leaving the room. Jasper stayed with me and waited until he was gone. You're not going to ask Bella to come home, are you? He asked. No, we don't know for 100% certain she is safe, I answered him. She will never be 100% safe, Jasper argued. Which is why it's best I stay away from her, I stated. I spent the first few days holed up in my room, only coming out for food. My emotions were all over the place. It didn't help that my morning sickness started hitting me hard, adding to my misery. In the letter he left me, he wrote that he was leaving me for my own protection, because he loved me so much. When I had fought him on it, he dropped an effing bomb about my father. I didn't want to believe that something so horrible could be true. On the end of the third day, I was convinced he lied because he was trying to hurt me enough that I wouldn't fight him on staying here. That only pissed me off even more. I tried to call him several times, but he never answered. I didn't leave a message because I wanted to talk to him. Not a stupid voice box. A week after he left, there was a commotion downstairs. I headed out of the room warily and peered cautiously down the stairs. I grinned for the first time in days when I heard Shane's excited voice. I followed it into the living room. Rosalie, Carlisle, and Esme had arrived with him, and all of them were standing there, surrounded by luggage. "Ms. Swan, you're here too." Shane rushed over then hugged my legs. "Hi, Shane, how are you?" I gave him a small squeeze. "Good. We went on a huge plane. I got to watch a movie and eat SCKS. The pilot even let me fly the plane, and guess what? I didn't crash," he said excitedly. "I'm happy to hear it." I laughed. He certainly lightened my mood. "Hello, dear. It's good to see you. How have you been feeling?" Esme asked cheerfully, while embracing me. "Hi, Esme. It's nice to see you too. I've been feeling okay, although I hope the USEA will go away soon," I told her. "Hopefully, the baby will be kind to you on your special day." She smiled. I had completely forgotten about the reception in my misery. "I don't think that day will happen anymore," I told her. "Nonsense. It's only 2.5 weeks away. Surely things will be under control by then. I know Alice is still hard at work. She called me yesterday. But if it gives the boys peace of mind to have us far away, of course we agreed to come," Esme said. I blinked a few times as I registered her words. "You got to choose to come." "Well, yes." Esme seemed confused at first. Then she rubbed my arm tenderly. "I'm sure Edward means well. He just wants what's best for you and the baby." I nodded and bit my lip, trying to stop my tears. I wasn't going to speak poorly about him to his aunt. Esme tilted her head to the side as she studied me for a moment. She gave me a sad smile. "We can talk later," she said kindly. She turned to Shane and Rosalie. "Come with me. I'm going to show you to your rooms." I was left alone with Carlisle, who was checking his phone. He looked up at me and gave me an apologetic look. "Sorry. This was a last-minute trip. I just need to check in with the doctors covering for me. I'm only staying until they're settled, then I'm going to go back on Wednesday." "It's still nice to see you. Your family has a lovely home," I told him. "Thank you. It's been years since I've been here myself. So, I take it my nephew has done something to upset you." He took a seat and gestured to the couch. I sat down. "It's nothing you need to worry about." "But," I paused, it felt wrong to ask him. "Go on. You can ask me anything," he encouraged. I took a deep breath. When he brought me here it was under the guise of a weekend away. When I woke up, he was gone. He left a note saying he loved me, and it was for my own safety. I called him and chewed him out for not letting me have a say, and I was going home. He told me that his family killed my father. And a good cop was a dead cop. I paused when I saw Carlisle wince. He closed his eyes and shook his head. His reaction wasn't what I'd hoped for. "It's a lie, right? He said it to hurt me and push me away, right?" I pleaded. "I don't know much about that life. I'm kept in the dark. And when I do help out it is for medical reasons. But I do know my nephew, maybe even better than himself. He has been struggling with his feelings for you. You're the first person he has really cared about. And I know it scares him to have you even in the littlest amount of danger. In fact, that first night we met you, he read me the riot act for letting you go to the bathroom by yourself." He chuckled dryly. "I'd forgotten about that. So, you think he lied?" I prompted. "I think only he can answer that." "Call him," he suggested. "I've tried. He's ignoring my calls." I huffed. "I'm sorry, dear. I'll try to talk to him when I go back. But when he digs his heels in, there's almost no changing his mind." Carlisle sighed. Shane came barreling into the room, ending our conversation. "Guess what I sawed outside?" "What you saw outside?" "Sawed means to cut wood," I corrected gently. "Guess what I saw?" he asked. "What did you see?" I asked. "There's a river with a dock. Is at where you said my dad used to fish and swim?" he asked, looking at Carlisle. "Yes, and your Uncle Edward." Carlyle nodded, then gave me a sly glance. You know, Shane, Bella here is married to your uncle. So, I think it's only appropriate you call her Aunt Bella now that she's not your teacher. More family. Shane looked excited. He jumped onto my lap, then threw his arms around me. Aunt Bella, you're going to be my favorite because Uncle Edward is grumpy, and I never see him. He just calls, and I can hear him yelling on his phone a lot. Your uncle is very nice. Hopefully, you can get to know him when he's not busy with work. I suggested. I don't know why I was defending him, but I didn't want Shane to hate him. He shrugged and slid off my lap. He ran to the window and looked out. Can we go fishing and swimming? Grandpa see? He asked. Maybe fishing after lunch, but I think it's too cold to swim, he answered. Shane ran from the room. Mom, can I have lunch? Please. That boy has endless energy. Carlyle chuckled. I hope you don't mind being called Aunt Bella. It's sweet. Does this mean Rose accepted the idea of Emmett being the father? I asked, feeling left out of the loop. He nodded. It didn't take her long to agree, after realizing that Shane would be safer that way. It's better than the altar tithe. I'm proud of Emmett wanting to step up. Hopefully Shane will understand one day when he's older why we did it. I hope so too. I know you don't deal with pregnancies, but do you have any advice for morning sickness? Though whoever made it that should be shot. I have been having trouble keeping food down all hours of the day, I asked. He frowned. I'm sure the stress is contributing. I can prescribe something to help and send one of the men to pick it up. Thank you. I gave him a small smile. I excused myself and went to call Alice from my bedroom. Are you supposed to be calling me? Alice asked in a hushed whisper. Why can't I? I was about to apologize for not calling sooner. And why are you whispering? I was confused. Jasper told me you were in hiding. There will be no contact since you could be traced. I'm whispering not to be overheard, she told me. Well, no one told me. I became irritable. I wanted to talk to you about the reception. Don't worry, I've got it all under control, she promised. Jasper told me to keep planning it so no one will be the wiser. The story is you're in bed due to the flu. Love you, stay safe. She hung up on me. I tossed my phone to the side, pressed my palms to my forehead, and took a deep breath. Maybe this was all a pregnancy dream. Because I read women could have crazy dreams while pregnant. And right now, my life seemed nutty. There was a knock on the door frame, and I looked up to see Riley in the doorway. Mrs. Cullen, I was told to inform you that you should limit phone conversations. It would put you at risk of being found, he explained. Is that why Edward isn't answering my calls? I demanded. I don't know, ma'am. I'm just relaying a message, he said apologetically. Maybe you should give me your phone. I rolled my eyes. Absolutely not. I'm starting to feel like a prisoner, not under protection. He dropped his hand to his side. I'm sorry, ma'am, that's not my intent. Yeah, well, I know it's not your fault. I scoffed. No offense, but get out of my room. While the others ate an early lunch, I settled outside on the porch swing and looked out at the yard. It was a beautiful sunny day. I wished I could enjoy it. Shane appeared, running around the corner, wearing a bright orange life jacket with Carlyle not too far behind him, carrying a tackle box and a small fishing rod. The screen door creaked open, and Rosalie came out on the porch. How long do you think it will be before he falls in? She joked. Which one? I commented back. She snorted a small laugh. Can I join you? Sure. I shrugged. Rosalie took the seat next to me. I want to apologize to you. For telling you everything was your fault. I should have been thanking you. Apology accepted, I said genuinely. Shane told me he had to hide under your desk, because he didn't listen to you about getting in the bathroom with the rest of the class, she commented. I had a feeling she was fishing for information. I sighed. He snuck by me when I was trying to calm a few kids who were panicking. He had grabbed a yardstick and was preparing to fight the bad guys off. There was no time to get him into the bathroom with others before they tried to break down the door. The closest place to hide was under my desk. He was too close. Rosalie closed her eyes tightly. "I'm so sorry," I said apologetically. "As I said, not your fault. My son decided to play hero." She groaned. I sadly laughed. "He was very brave. He's so much like Emmett. I don't think anyone will second-guess the truth. At least, I hope not." She bit her lip nervously. "I don't think they will. You'll have a lot of support to back you up, even if it doesn't work. Emmett must be ecstatic that you've given him the chance to protect you both." I tested the waters. He's been amazing and supportive. More than I could hope for. I would have been content with him being his brother and not put him in this strange situation. But Emmett insisted it was better for our protection and that he didn't think his father would question it. I don't know who was more excited for him to be a father to Shane. Him or Shane. Part of me regrets running, but I always knew the truth deep down when I found out the conception date. Emmett had been out of town, and it was. You don't have to go into it. How did you and Emmett meet? I hoped changing the subject would work. Rosalie tilted her head back and laughed. I was at one of the dance clubs with my friends. He tried the worst pickup lines ever and screwed it up. "Are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only one I see." I never laughed so hard. She sat up straighter and turned her head to me. "How did you and Edward happen?" I gave her an abridged version on how we met and got married. She listened thoughtfully as she watched the duo fishing on the dock. "You know, when I met Edward, I always thought he was gay and was too afraid of his family to come out of the closet. He wasn't exactly shy, but always cool and aloof. He would never give girls the time of day if they approached him. I guess he was just waiting for the right one," she commented. The screen door creaked open again, and Esme stepped out, carrying a mug. "I've got some ginger tea for you. Hopefully, you'll have an appetite after it." "Thank you, Esme." I accepted the hot drink. I remember those days all too well. I don't miss them. Rosalie wrinkled her nose. "How long did it last for you?" I asked. "I think I got a break around the start of the second trimester," Rosalie told me. "You know, some say the more severe the morning sickness, the higher chance for multiples." Esme smiled and winked. I started to tear up and couldn't give her one in return. Rosalie excused herself to check on Shane and wandered down to the water. "Do you want to tell me about what my nephew did?" Esme took the seat beside me and wrapped her arm around my shoulders. I shook my head. "I talked to Carlisle, and it helped." "Are you sure?" she asked. "I am. However, talking to you about Edward is weird sync. I know you're more like his mom than his aunt." She replied warmly. "I can be objective." I took a sip of the tea before beginning. "I always wanted a family. A big one. My father was great and everything. But I still feel like I missed out. I was even going to settle with Mike to get it. With Edward, I was at first against it because I didn't want to make the same mistake. But things changed quickly, and we fell in love. Now he's just trying to push me away to get me to stay here, permanently, from the sound of it," I admitted. "I'm surprised you weren't on the first plane back," she said. "I wanted to be, but then he said some awful things to get me to stay. I don't know if I believe it, and we can't talk it out since he won't take my calls," I told her. "No wonder you seemed surprised when I mentioned the big day." She frowned. "Do you want me to talk to him?" "Thanks, but I think it would be best to be between us," I answered her. Well, if the boy doesn't wake up by the time I go back, I'll be speaking to him. I hate to see that he's pushing happiness away," she surmised. I gave her a half-hearted smile in return. I hoped he would come to his senses soon too. I held the flash drive in my hand eagerly on the way back to the house. On it was the best news I had in weeks. I could still hear the heartbeats fresh in my mind. The ultrasound had lifted my spirits. After Carlisle returned to Seattle, my USEA grew worse, and Esme was so concerned that she got him to find a doctor in Maine to help me. The doctor in turn wanted an ultrasound. I wanted to wait for one. in hopes Edward would come to his senses, but I didn't want to risk the baby. The doctor prescribed me Zofran to take and gave me a flash drive with the ultrasound on it so I could share it with Edward. When I arrived back at the house, Esme greeted me. I could hear Rosalie and Shane in another room as she attempted to help him with his schoolwork. "How did it go? Did you get to hear a heartbeat?" she asked eagerly. "I did." She also prescribed something stronger for USEA, but promised it wouldn't hurt the baby, I told her. "I've talked to my husband, and I have some news. I consider it mostly good news. Although they took their sweet time telling us. Also, there is a downside," she said. "What is it?" I prompted. "Edward Sr. is gone. He died of a heart attack this past Friday," she told me. "Does this mean we can go home?" I started to perk up. Glad the bastard was dead. Actually, they want us to wait until after the funeral, which is today. So tomorrow most of us can go home. She gave me an apologetic look. "Most of us, aka, you guys. Edward wants me to stay here," I said bitterly. "I will get through to him as soon as I get back," Esme promised. "I love that you want to try. But I think we both know that won't work." I gave her a sad smile, my earlier mood deflated, and left the room. I went to my bedroom and pulled out my cell phone, then called Edward. Not surprisingly, it went to voicemail. I growled and ended the call before leaving a message. I was ready to toss my phone across the room. A thought occurred to me, and I dialed a different number. "Hello," Jasper answered. "I was told if I couldn't reach Edward to call Yo. So, tell my husband that he's an asshole for ignoring me," I demanded. "Okay." He chuckled nervously. "Anything else?" "Yeah, I'm coming home. The threat is over. And I don't buy the bullshit excuse he fed me to keep me away," I sped at him. "Bullshit excuse?" he questioned. "Yes. The one where he told me that he killed my father." "I know it's a lie," I told him. There was a long moment of silence, and I sat down on the bed as dread washed over me. The longer the silence, the more I suspected maybe it wasn't a lie. It was a lie, wasn't it? I prayed he would agree with me. "Edward didn't kill your father. Newton did." "What, Michael?" I gasped. Edward, nor I, for that matter, knew until recently. We found out the night we took care of Newton. We were away at college at the time that it had happened. Your father was never a planned hit, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The target was the other people, the woman. Was a fling of seniors and was allegedly pregnant with his child. And supposedly extorting him, Jasper explained. "You're telling me that I almost married the man who killed my father. And I mean, Eichel knew he was my father before he killed him. Then he decided to make it up to me by dating me. Marrying me," I ranted in disgust. If it helps, when Edward found out, it pretty much led to Newton's killing blow. "He was so pissed that Michael did that to you," Jasper said. I blinked back tears, remembering Edward telling me I didn't want to know everything Michael did. Still, it hadn't been Edward who killed my dad. And I believed Jasper when he claimed he and Edward didn't know. Back to what I was already saying, I want to come home. Now you can either help me, or I will find a way to do it myself, I demanded. Less than 24 hours later, I was stepping onto Edward's office floor. I clutched the flash drive in my hand as I headed toward his office. I was fully determined to give Edward a piece of my mind before I showed him what was on the drive. I walked right past Lauren and through his door. Jasper had let me know that he was here and alone, so I knew I wouldn't be interrupting a meeting. "Just put it on the desk and get out. Next time knock or you'll be fired," he sped without looking up from the computer screen. I took a moment to study him. His face was a lot scruffier than I had ever seen it, and I could see the bags under his eyes from where I stood. I could tell he hadn't been taking care of himself since I was gone. The fight left me when I realized he was punishing himself more than I could. I marched over to his desk and threw the disk on top of his keyboard in between his hands. He looked up sharply and looked ready to yell. His anger melted into confusion. "Bella, how?" He glanced at his phone screen, and I could make out a blinking dot on a map. I switched necklaces with Esme. And Riley was with me the entire way, so don't get your panties in a twist. Neither of us are leaving this room until we talk. I sat on his lap. He leaned in to kiss me. My bride. Nope. I pushed him away. You and I are going to talk. Well, I'm going to talk. You are going to put on your listening ears. And if I don't, what? No recess. Because sitting on my lap isn't a punishment. He srked. I don't find this funny. I'm sitting on you so you can't run away from the situation. You deliberately said things to hurt me, and that's not okay. You're lucky this is a flash drive of the ultrasound and not divorce papers. I blinked back my tears, pissed that my emotions were going on overload. I wanted him to take me seriously. He started to open his mouth, and I shook my head. I wagged my finger back and forth between us. You and I are partners. You might be this big boss, but you're not my boss. We are in this together. We make decisions together, not for the other. I took a deep breath. I know it was Michael who killed my father, not you. And you didn't have anything directly to do with it. But the fact you used it to push me away was harsh. I had to keep you safe, he gritted out. And I understand that. I stared into his exhausted-looking eyes. However, I believe I'm just as safe here with you as I would be in Maine, especially since your father is gone. I'm certainly happier with you. You said in your letter, if you love someone, set them free. But there's another part of the phrase, if they come back they're yours, if they don't they never were. Well, I'm here because I love you, even though you were an ass for what you did. I love you, too. I'm sorry for hurting you. You're my Achilles heel, and everyone seems to know it, even before I did. I told you I have no idea how to do relationships. All I knew is I had to protect you at all costs. He pleaded with me, which is why you get a pass this time. But do this again, I'm not going to come back, I warned him. Noted. He nodded his head. I picked up tea. He flash drive and plugged it into his laptop, then opened the file. I turned up the sound as loud as it could go. I smiled as the sound filled the room. Hear that? Not the swishing sound but the heartbeats. I beamed, looking at him. They did a transvaginal ultrasound to see if they could figure out why I have been so sick. You're still sick. I thought my uncle. His words froze as he stared at the screen. I watched his face. I had a tough time deciphering what he was thinking. He looked very perplexed. What does A, B, C mean? He asked. It means you can probably prepare for a lot of crass jokes from your brother. We are having triplets. I grinned, kissing his cheek. Three, not one but 3 babies. I stared at the screen, feeling overwhelmed. I was now responsible for keeping 4 lives safe at all times. I could sense my bride was staring at me, waiting for my response. Suddenly, she got off my lap quickly and rushed across the room. I thought she was upset and leaving until I saw her rush into the bathroom. Followed by the sound of retching. Concerned, I went after and held her hair as she knelt in front of the toilet. After a few moments, she sat back on her heels, looking pale. I dampened a piece of paper towel and gave it to her, then helped her to her feet. Are you okay? I asked, concerned. Yeah, I've been doing that a lot lately. Luckily, the medicine is our king, so it's not happening all day anymore, she said. Can I get you anything? I asked. I need to sit down for a few minutes and eat something, she said. You're hungry. I was a little surprised since she just got sick. I know. Seems messed up, doesn't it? She smiled weakly. She cupped her hands under the faucet and rinsed out her mouth. She was still looking pale, so I carried her to the couch. She rolled her eyes but didn't say anything to me. We can order whatever you want and have it delivered, or I can send Lauren to get it, I told her. That sounds great. While we wait, would you mind getting me my purse? I have a granola bar in there. I know you probably don't, but by any chance is there a vending machine with orange juice in the break room? She asked. I don't know, I hardly go in there. I retrieved the SCK out of her purse that she left by my desk. This will be enough. Until we can get something else. I don't think you have room to talk about eating habits. When was the last time you had a good meal? She eyed me critically. I'll be right back. I avoided her question as I went outside my office. Do we have orange juice in the break room? I asked Lauren when she looked up at me expectantly. No, sir. But I do know the small cafe off the main lobby has it. Would you like me to run down? She asked. Riley will go. I spotted him leaning against the wall, doing nothing. I glared at him. Nice heads up by the way. Mr. Whitlock ordered me not to, he said. Mr. Whitlock was in on this. I turned my focus on my friend's door, then heard Bella calling for me. I glanced back at Riley. Get the orange juice. I spun on my heels and closed the door. I grabbed a few menus from a drawer in my desk, then went back to the couch. Bella shifted and leaned into my side. I wrapped my arm around her and her body relaxed. She munched on her granola bar and swallowed as she started to flip through the menus. Don't take your anger out on them for me being here. I called Jasper myself. I told him he had the choice of either helping me, or I was going to find a way to get here myself. He decided it was better to help me, so I didn't do anything too risky, she said. I don't like being lied to and having people go behind my back, I said bitterly. I'm sorry, but at least you know what it feels like now. Maybe it will stop you from doing it again, she stated. I sighed and closed my eyes briefly. You're right, I've missed you, even though most of the time I was pissed at you. She kissed my jaw. I've missed you too, my bride. I nuzzled her hair. I didn't realize I missed the smell of berries until then. I'm sorry to hear about your father, she said. Really? He was a total ass. I scoffed. Well, I didn't think it was right to say ding dong the dick is dead, she joked. I laughed. Did you get that from Emmett? I haven't talked to him. Did he, take care of the filing? Does he feel better now? She asked. He didn't. My mother did, or at least we think she did. We didn't do an autopsy to find out. Emmett was a little upset at first, but he's tickled that our mother beat him to it. He got to have his fun with Yorkie, I told her. Your mom. That's unexpected. She must have reached her limit. I guess it is safe to say she's not sorry to see him go either, she said. Not in the least. She's talking about moving to Paris or England. She wants to start living her life. I can't say I blame her. She's set for life. I wished my mother no ill will. We never had much of a relationship, so I wasn't going to miss her. Did anyone question my absence from the funeral? Bella wondered. A few asked after you, but I told them you had the flu. No one questioned it after that, I told her. So, all the threats are gone. She seemed pleased. The threats will never be fully gone, I told her, thinking about the drive-by shooting. It could have been random, but my gut said it wasn't. Her smile dropped and her left hand rested on her stomach. I knew she was thinking of the babies. I can't believe we're having triplets. I rested my hand over hers. Her smile came back full force, bigger than before. I'm glad you. Still saying we rather than saying that they're only my babies. Because there's no way you are getting out of diaper duty. Diapers. I wrinkled my nose. There was a knock on my door. Enter. She laughed. You can't tell me you're afraid of diapers with everything else you do. Riley will help you. I smirked at him as he set the juice down on the coffee table. Bella snorted. With 3 babies, you can both help. 3. You're having triplets. Riley's eyes grew huge. If you didn't know, then you clearly haven't been paying attention enough to what has been going on. I gave him a pointed look. Bella elbowed me. No one knows besides me, the tech who did the ultrasound, and the doctor in Maine. Not even your aunt knows. I thought you should be first. She grabbed the orange juice and twisted off the lid. Thank you for the juice, Riley. You're welcome. Anything else, boss? He asked. I hesitated before shaking my head. Take the afternoon off. My wife will be staying with me. Thanks, boss. He rushed out of the office. Well, We better make sure my aunt is the next to know. My ear still hurts from when I didn't tell her I got married. I'm sure she will love to help with the babies too, I said. You're not getting out of diapers, Edward. Bella smirked, looking down at the menu. Oh, I want the Alfredo with both chicken and sausage and ask if they'll put capers on it. Of course, you'd choose Italian. I muttered, taking the menu to make a phone call. I fixed my tie in the mirror and smoothed my hair. My uncle entered the room, smiling. Everything is set to go. Do we need to have a father and son talk before we head out there? He teased. Too late for that. About 3 times too late. Emmett snickered. Now, Emmett, you know Edward always goes overboard, Jasper joked. Okay, get it out now, because I won't have you hackling my bride, I warned. She loves my jokes, and I would never upset her while carrying Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Emmett smirked. I thought the me's were going to be Ed, and Eddie. Jasper joined. That's it, both of you, get out, I ordered. Boys, leave him alone. Besides, you could be wrong, it could be all girls, Uncle Carlisle pointed out, chuckling. Yeah, if Karma was to catch up with anyone with that many girls, it would be Jasper, I said. Jasper's smirk fell. Touché. He and Emmett left the room, still laughing. I shook my head and checked myself one more time. I dropped my hands to my side. Why am I nervous? This isn't even a wedding since we're already married, I said. It is the first time you stand in front of everyone as head of the family and introduce them to your wife officially. And after what you've both been through, I don't blame you for being on edge, Uncle Carlisle said calmly. I'd feel better if we knew who did the drive-by, I admitted. I know you won't rest until you have answers. But tonight should just be about celebrating your beautiful wife. You're lucky to have her. Anne. I'm sorry if I put the idea in your head to leave her, he told me apologetically. That was all on me, getting into my head, I admitted. There was a knock on the door and Alice stepped into the room. Dressed in a simple black dress and a headset on. 5 minutes until the grand entrance. I still don't understand why we couldn't get ready in the same room, I stated. Because it will be a dramatic entrance for everyone to see you, see her, Alice answered me. Your special guests have arrived, the champagne and the sparkling cider for the bride is chilled, the servers' trays are filled, the cake arrived unscathed. And the chocolate fountain is flowing. Chocolate fountain. I exchanged a look with my uncle then looked back at Alice. You have guards around that right? YWOULD I need guards around a chocolate fountain. There are no kids here. She placed a hand on her hip. Yes, but Emmett is, I said. Police. He's a grown man, surely, he wouldn't. She trailed off, looking at our faces. She rushed out of the room, talking to someone on her headset. I'll meet you out there. I excused myself to go to Bella. I wasn't about to let her make a grand entrance without me. I knew she would hate to walk into a room with all eyes on her. Plus, there would be stairs Alice wanted her to go down in heels. A recipe for disaster if you asked me. I knocked on the door and my aunt answered. She kissed my cheek and told me she'd see me downstairs. I entered the room to see my bride getting ready in front of a full-length, 3-way mirror. She was wearing a deep blue dress with sparkles around the chest then flared out to ballgown. Her dark hair hung in waves down her back. I was momentarily stunned to see her. You look gorgeous, I commented. My bride spun around, and she blushed. Thank you, but I think this is over the top. She pointed to the tiara with sapphires on her head. I think it's fitting, you are the queen today. I have something for you. I chuckled when she wrinkled her nose. I pulled a jewelry box out of my pocket. I opened it to show her the bracelet. My aunt informed me the triplets would be born earlier than expected, most likely in November. If that ends up being wrong, I'll just have to get you another one with the correct birthstone. It's so pretty and so sweet, thank you, she gushed, her eyes misted. Bella held out her arm for me to clasp the bracelet on. I brought her hand to my lips and kissed the back of it. For a moment, I wanted to drag her upstairs rather than down. But I knew Alice and Aunt Esme would come after us. Shall we? I offered her my elbow. Let's get this over with, she agreed, grabbing on to me. You know most brides can't wait for this moment when all eyes are on them, I teased. Not when they hate being the center of attention, she mumbled as we walked out of the door. We were halfway down the hallway when Alice came from the opposite direction. You said that to deliberately get me out of here so you could go to Bella. Didn't you? You were supposed to be at the bottom of the stairs to wait for Bella. Think of the dramatic effect of everyone seeing your face when you see her. Alice pouted. Good Lord, Allie, this isn't a Disney movie. Bella looked amused. Are you saying I was wrong about Emmett? I challenged. I knew my brother, it was only a matter of time. Alice's shoulders slumped. You were right. He was dipping broccoli, of all things, in the chocolate fountain. Your aunt had him by the ear when I got there, and your mother was yelling at him. I promised Jasper one dance if he kept him in line. He was dipping broccoli in the chocolate fountain. Steamed or raw? Bella asked. Either way you. I don't care if it's a pregnancy craving, I better not see you do it either. Alice looked disgusted. We are ready. As charming as your idea is, think of Bella. 1. She hates to be the center of attention. 2. She's in a long dress, heels, and pregnant, and you want her to walk down a slippery marble set of stairs by herself. I tried to reason with Alice. Good point. I guess I wasn't thinking. I just wanted to make sure everything was perfect to make up for last time, Alice admitted. You have done wonderful, Alice. Thank you, Bella said sincerely. I was happy too. Alice hugged her. Okay, it's time. Your guests are waiting. Alice instructed for us to wait outside. The double doors for the DJ's announcement then disappeared inside. Bella took a deep breath, and I could tell she was nervous. Just remember, like last time, I will lead straight to the dance floor for our first dance. I pecked her lips lightly. The doors opened as the DJ shouted our me's and 1,000 years filled the air as I led her into the room. Her hand held onto me tightly as I led down the stairs, then through the sea of tables to the dance floor. When we got to the center of the floor, the music changed to Angel. Bella's eyes widened and she let out a small giggle as we started to dance. She had let me pick the song, but I had kept it a secret, telling her it was something else. Aerosmith. Are you trying to give your mother a heart attack too? She whispered in my ear, her eyes dancing with mischief. She has nothing to do with it. You're my angel, my bride. And I thought it was rather fitting. I stared into her eyes. You're going to make me cry. She bit her lip. Don't cry, beautiful, I told her. You wouldn't want your special guests thinking I upset you. What special guests? She asked, glancing around. She gasped, and I knew she found them. Billy and Jacob are here. I knew how important it was for you to have someone on your side here. Besides Alice, I said. Now I really am going to cry. Her eyelashes fluttered. I hate my hormones are out of whack. I spun around and dipped her, making her smile. When the song was over, I led her to her friends, not caring if I broke protocol, not meeting with other family heads first. The music turned up so OT. Hers could dance and hors d'oeuvres were being walked around. Bella bent down to hug Billy as I stayed back. I held my hand out to Jacob. Thank you for coming. Who could pass up a free helicopter ride? Even if it is flashy. He smirked, but his eyes were wary. Flashy or not, I'd do anything for my bride. She sees you as family and wanted you both to be here, I told him. Well, if she married my cousin Quill, she would be family. He disputed. It was the first I heard of the guy. If Quill wasn't man enough to fight for her, then that's on him, not me. We don't have to be friends, Jacob, but I do wish to be cordial for Bella's sake. In fact, I'm even willing to make you an offer. He rolled his eyes suspiciously. What kind of offer? I don't do shady shit. I ignored his tone. My offer is completely legal. You know Dowling's Automotive in Forks. From my research, he's the shady one, taking advantage of the fact he's the only garage for a 40-minute drive. Charging folks sometimes P to 70% more compared to other garages. You don't have to tell me. The man is also racist. I applied for a job, and he gave it to a high school dropout who confused oil for window washing fluid, Jacob scoffed. What does he have to do with me? I want to offer you the loan to start up your own garage. I know the bank refused you, I told him. You looked into me. He looked angry. Are you telling me you didn't Google me? I countered. He scowled. What's in it for you? Silent partner and 20% of the profits until the loan is paid back. I'm not looking to make money, only to help Bella's family. I shrugged my shoulders. You know this sounds too good to be true, right? It won't make me like you, he announced. I don't care if you like me. Family helps family even if they don't like each other. You're Bella's family, so the offer is there. Take it or leave it. You have time to decide. When you do, call my office and ask for me or my partner Jasper Whitlock, I stated. You really don't want anything? He questioned. There is one thing I want, I said. I knew it. What? He gave me a smug look. I lowered my voice and glanced around. Do you know anyone on the Macaw reservation? I have cousins up there. His smug look dropped, and he became skeptical. As you know, when Bella was kid PPED, she was left in a cabin there. I want you to ask around too. See if you can find the me it was rented under. I won't be satisfied until everyone involved has been found, I informed him. Why not leave it to the police? He questioned. If they haven't found anything yet, then they probably won't. I answered him. He shrugged in agreement. I'll see what I can do. Is everything okay? Bella came over to us. Her eyes darted between us, looking concerned. Everything is fine, love, I told her. She glanced at Jacob, who gave her a small smile. I'm glad you could come, Jake. How could I not with our own private escort service, he said pleasantly. Yes, Billy was telling me about the helicopter ride. Bella met my eyes briefly again. You look beautiful, Bells. Do I get a dance with the bride later? Jacob gave her a hug. Maybe. I'm not much of a dancer. She stepped away from him and leaned into me. How about introducing me to the redhead? Jacob glanced across the room. Bella followed his gaze. Maggie. She's single last I knew. Maggie. Perfect, thanks. He headed across the room. I shook my head. Those two would be an interesting match. Shall we move on? We don't want the crypt keeper to rot while waiting. Bella giggled. Let's. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can eat. A few hours later, we made our rounds, ate, cut the cake, and danced a few times. Everything was going wonderfully, and Bella was beaming the whole time. While talking with some cousins, Alice came to inform us of our Phi-L dance in a few minutes. I have to use the bathroom, first. Are you going to follow me? She teased. Yes. I winked at her. As hoping to steal her away for a moment or two. I started to lead her to the hallway when Peter interceded us. Edward, do you have a second? He asked. Go ahead. I think I can make it myself. Bella winked at me. I watched her go, then caught Riley's eye. He nodded and made his way to the hallway. I turned back to Peter, who was patiently waiting. What's up? I asked. I don't want to go into details tonight since I know you're celebrating your wedding. But I think we should meet soon. I might have stumbled onto something you would want to know about, he said under his breath. My office. Monday morning, I suggested. I'll be there, he agreed. My phone buzzed with a text. I glanced to read a message from Riley stating Maggie just left the bathroom while my mother entered. It seemed like déjà vu to me. I made my way down the hall and Maggie approached me. Congratulations, again. Maybe I'll be next. She rolled her eyes slightly as she passed me. I paused in my steps and turned back toward her. Maggie, if I get a say, I will make sure you don't have to marry anyone you don't want to. I'll have my secretary call you soon to set up a meeting so we can talk more. She blinked a few times and a real smile formed on her face. I'll be looking forward to it. As I was arriving at the doors, my mother exited. She saw me and gave a bemused look. Don't worry, I didn't offer her money, and I was nice. Glad to hear it, I told her. She's a good girl, take care of her. I will be leaving by the end of the week. There's nothing holding me here anymore, she informed me. I wasn't. She even offended since she'd never been motherly. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me. I will. She gave me a solemn look. I'm sorry I could never be the mother you and your brother deserved. I know it's horrible to say, but I never wanted to be one. I wanted the money and the status. It ended up being a bigger role than I ever wanted, and it was either play the part or lose your life. It all changed when I found my sister lying in a pool of her own blood. I wanted to make it up to her, so that's why I left you both with her whenever I could. I knew she would be better than me. She was the one that deserved to have babies, not me. I also wanted Carlisle to be your father figure. He is a good man. I had hoped he would steer you away from this life. You could still leave it behind. Then why give me flack about changing my me to Cullen? I questioned. All a part of the role. The more I pushed you to what you hated, the more you turned away from it, she confessed. I wish I knew this years ago, I admitted. Maybe I could have done something. Mother shrugged. Possibly. Or knowing your father, we could have buried you too. No more regrets about the past, it's time to move on. Keep in touch. I offered her a hug. She looked shocked, and I knew why. I don't think we had ever really hugged. Goodbye, dear. I'll let you know where I land. I watched her walk back to the ballroom and was caught off guard when Bella wrapped her arms around my waist. She stretched up on her tiptoes and pecked my lips. Are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I think in some twisted ways, I'm more like my mother than I knew. I said. Bella glanced toward the direction my mother disappeared to. Maybe some part. There's also some of your uncle there too. I don't see much of your father at all. Good. Let's get this dance over with, then we can get to the penthouse so we can fuck until the sun comes up. Bella snorted. Ah. There's my Romeo. I'm surprised you want to wait until we get into the room this time. My bride, the elevator was your idea, not mine. I pulled her completely red-faced and laughing back to the ballroom. Thank you so much for doing this for me. I have taken so many days off work because of everything. I have no time left. Rosalie thanked me as she dropped off Shane. The school was having a 3-day weekend for the kids, making today, Monday, a teacher's workshop day. I was more than happy to watch Shane for her. It's my pleasure. The offer is open for any non-school days if you need someone, I proposed. I'm surprised you and Edward didn't have a honeymoon. She commented. It will be a long while before I go on a trip like that with Edward again, I stated. I frowned, thinking of the outcome of the last time we went away. Right, here's his bag. She looked around. Shane, over here. Can I slide down this? He pointed at the large, curved banister. No, Rose and I said at the same time. If it's all right with you, I was thinking of taking him to the A-Q-U-A-R-I-U-M, I told her. Alone. She looked a bit nervous. I shook my head. Not on Edward's watch. I will have at least Riley, if not Garrett, with me too. She nodded her head and smiled. I hope you have fun. The only thing I ask is no more stuffies. He already has way more than he needs. No problem, I agreed. Shane, come say goodbye to me, Rosalie called to him. He came running over and she knelt to hug him. Have fun at the aquarium. Say hello to the otters for me. We're going to the aquarium, yay. Let's go. He made a beeline for the door. Hold your horses, kiddo. It doesn't open for a while. I also need to eat breakfast first. I ruffled his hair. I led him toward the kitchen as Rosalie made her escape. He climbed up on a stool while I got things out to make omelets and handed him an apple. He munched on it while I cooked. Just as I was plating, Edward came down the stairs, tying his tie. Good morning, he greeted us. Good morning, your breakfast is ready, I told him as he kissed my cheek and took his plate. Shane looked up at him with big eyes but didn't say anything. Edward took the seat next to him, then glanced at Shane. Good morning, Shane, he said. Hi, Shane answered quietly. Edward's brow furrowed, obviously out of his element. I was also surprised by Shane's shyness. I decided to help break the ice. Shane and I are going to go to the aquarium today. It has been a long time since I've been there, but I always enjoyed watching the otters. What's your favorite, Edward? I looked at him. Edward frowned. I've never been, and I don't think you. Edward, can I speak to you for a minute? I interrupted him. He followed me into the pantry and leaned against the shelves. I half closed the door so I could hear Shane. You've seriously never been to the aquarium? I asked. No, and I don't think it's a safe idea for you guys to go, he said. Is there a known threat I need to know about? I questioned. No, but I'm not going to go back on my word then. We will have security with us. We can't stay here. Shane would be bored out of his mind. Come with us if it bothers you so much, I suggested. I can't. I have meetings today, he refused. Please. I know it's last minute, but I think it would be a good bonding experience for you guys. Shane thinks you don't like him, I pleaded. I've barely talked to him. Edward crossed his arms. Exactly. You both barely know each other. Are any of these meetings so important that they can't be postponed? I asked. He sighed heavily and raked a hand through his hair. I do need to meet with Peter, but maybe Jasper can do it. Or it can wait until later in the afternoon. I perked up. So you'll come? Yeah, it's probably about time I see the sharks Emmett feeds. The corners of his mouth twisted into a smirk. I was confused at first, but then I sensed I didn't want to know the answer. It will be fun. You'll see, I promised, kissing him quickly. A few hours later, we were making our second trip around the aquarium, slower this time, since the first time through Shane couldn't stand still long enough to really look at the tanks. At least, we got him to stay still so we were able to watch the sea otters get fed. Take my picture with the octopus. I want it to look like he's eating me. Shane ran over to the tank where the octopus was pressed up against the glass. He faced us with a wide-open mouth and big eyes like he was screaming. Edward took out his phone, chuckling while he SPPED the picture. Shane rushed over to him so he could see the SP shot. Cool, can you send it to my mom and dad? I bet my dad will like it, he asked. Your father will get a kick out of it. Edward snickered. Can we go back to the dome room? Shane asked. I bit my lip. The room had made me dizzy earlier, and I wasn't too keen on going back. Edward placed his arm around my waist. I don't know about you, but I'm getting hungry. How about we check the actual food here, Edward suggested. Okay. Shane shrugged and started to take off. Shane, wait for us, please, I called after him. We made our selections and took a seat on the outside patio since the weather was nice. There's something wrong with an aquarium serving fish sticks. What do they do? Get it from their tanks? Edward whispered to me as Shane was distracted, looking out at the bay. I hope not. I giggled. Look. Shane suddenly stood on his seat and shouted. Riley, who had been sitting behind him, grabbed the back of his pants to keep him from toppling over the railing. Garrett and Edward were on their feet alert, as well as a few others who were looking around in concern. Shane, sit, I ordered. What do you see? Shane sat down with a plop. A cool ride. Can we go on it, please? I glanced at the Ferris wheel and pondered it. I didn't think I would be able to handle it without getting sick. Edward sat down next to me and shrugged. Maybe, but only if your uncle is willing to go on it with you, I told Shane. Uncle Edward, will you take me? Shane asked, giving him puppy dog eyes. I'll take you if you eat your carrot sticks, Edward told him. All of them. Shane wrinkled his nose. Edward hesitated. At least 4. Okay. Shane agreed. I raised my eyebrow at my husband, and he shrugged. It always worked for my aunt with Emmett, he said. When we were done eating, Edward led us into the gift shop before I could stop him. I figured maybe we could get Shane a t-shirt and he'd be happy. Hopefully, Rose wouldn't mind that as much. I was trying to decide on whether to get river or sea otter stuffies for the babies when I heard Shane squeal in excitement. An octopus. Can I get that? Pretty please. He pointed to a large stuffy that was nearly as big as him. Yes. Edward beat me to answering him. I grabbed his sleeve and whispered in his ear. Edward, Rosalie told me no stuffed animals. She told you, not me. Besides, don't I have years of Christmases and birthdays to make up for? He smiled devilishly. You're on your own if she gets upset. I shook my head, trying to hide my amusement. It will be fine. I know Emmett would be on my side. Edwa. Rode reached up to grab it down from the top shelf and dropped it into Shane's waiting arms. Shane nearly toppled over but was beaming. Thank you. Now it really looks like it's trying to eat you. Edward laughed. Just over an hour later, Shane and Edward had ridden the Ferris wheel, and we all had gotten ice cream. I was helping Shane get into the backseat when Edward's phone rang, almost as soon as he switched it on. He stepped a few feet away to answer it. Is everything okay? I asked when he got into the front seat with me. Peter never showed for the meeting, which isn't like him, Edward sighed, frowning. Do you think something happened to him? I asked in concern. I don't know. I'm going to drop you both at home. Please, stay inside and make sure you have you know what on you. I don't like this, he said. Okay, I agreed, feeling slightly nervous. I glanced back at Shane, who was oblivious to us as he held the octopus on his lap and played with the tentacles. Hours later, it was well after dark, and Shane had gone home long ago. I hadn't heard from Edward since he left us, and I was getting worried. After I ate a late dinner by myself, I decided to make myself comfortable. In our bedroom since I was exhausted from the day. I got to the top of the stairs when I felt the hairs of the back of my neck become prickly. I glanced down into the dark wing where we rarely went. The last door on the left appeared to be opened a crack, which was odd since they were always closed. I frowned and took a couple of steps backward. I glanced down the hall toward my bedroom, relieved everything looked normal. I rushed into the bedroom and locked my door. My first thought was to get into the safe room, so I headed to the closet and placed my hand on the panel. Nothing happened. I slapped it several times and slid my hand around, still nothing happened. I bit my lip as panic started to fill my chest. I ran out and decided to go to the entrance on the first floor, in the library. I stopped in my tracks when I noticed the door at the end of the hall was now closed. This isn't happening, I muttered under my breath. I pulled out my phone to call Edward, but it went straight to voicemail. Frustrated, I looked up Jasper's number, then stopped before I hit the button. It was his father that was missing, so I shouldn't be bothering him. I pulled up Emmett's number. It rang once before he answered. What's up, Della Duck? He said cheerfully. Della who? He distracted me. Della Duck, mother to Huey. Duh. I need you to be serious for a moment. Are you with Edward? I asked. Not at this exact moment. What's wrong? He lost the humor in his voice. I can't reach him. I might be overreacting, but I think someone is in the house and on the second floor. There's a bedroom door open that's normally closed. I thought I was being paranoid but decided to get to the safe room, but it won't accept my handprint in the bedroom, I told him. Where are Riley and Garrett? He asked. In the background. I heard the slamming of a door, then a squealing of wheels. I don't know. I haven't seen them since I got home. I know it seems like I'm being paranoid, but I thought using the intercom would be a bad idea. So, I'm heading to the library to try there. But the bedroom door that was open is now closed, I told him. You left your bedroom, he bellowed. How else am I supposed to get to the safe room? I demanded. Fuck. Do you have a gun on you? He retorted. Yes, I said. I'm getting to you as fast as I can. Sam is going to locate Edward. Keep the gun out and shoot to kill anything that moves, he ordered. Are you saying not to trust Garrett and Riley? I asked, gulping. He sighed heavily. Fuck. Better safe than sorry. Stay on the phone with me until I get there. Okay. I took out the gun with a shaky hand. My stomach was churning, but I hoped that I could keep it down for now. I rounded the corner at the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, then screamed. Bella. Emmett yelled in my ear. I've found Garrett. My voice broke. Garrett was flat on his back in a small pool of blood and wasn't moving. Is he? Emmett couldn't even finish his sentence. I don't know. I can check. No. Get to the safe room. If you can't get in there, see if you can get in the gun range. It's probably the second most secure room, he said. Okay. I was freaking out. Hey, if I need to channel Banner, you've got to channel Tasha, he told me. Who? I asked. You know Black Widow, he hinted. What if I want to be Wonder Woman? I asked, grateful that he was trying to calm me down with some nonsense topic. Can't happen. We wouldn't be in the same universe. Almost there, he said. Well, maybe DC is better than Marvel, I taunted, entering the library. Bite your tongue, he ordered lightheartedly. I pulled out War and Peace and hit the button. It failed to work. I cursed and tossed the book across the room. I heard a groan and my head SPPED to my right. A figure was standing by the drapes and took a step toward me. He held a gun in his hand. I pulled the trigger quickly, losing my phone in the process. He cursed and dropped his weapon. Liam, I questioned out loud. He was clutching his right shoulder. He glared at me, then bent down to retrieve his gun. I shot through his hand. While he screamed, I kicked his piece across the room. He tried to lunge for me, but I backed away, aimed the nozzle of my Glock to his forehead. I knew Emmett said shoot to kill, but I wanted answers. Why? He spat through gritted teeth. It just proves how little the family thinks of me. That they didn't ever suspect me after pushing me away for years. I always thought I would get back in when Edward married Margaret. But then you came along, and we were once again tossed away like trash. After years of loyalty, even after my brother was killed. Why go after Shane if you wanted Edward? I asked, not lowering my gun. Leverage. Emmett was our second best option. And I couldn't let the blonde slut get in the way. He hissed. Bastard. Emmett's voice made me jump. I glanced at him, not taking my aim off of Liam. Emmett's pants and shirt were torn, and there were dirt and cuts on his face and arms. His eyes were filled with rage. I know you said shoot to kill, but... Emmett stalked forward and grabbed Liam by the neck. Bella, get out. I need to deal with him. I scurried out the door. And I leaned against the wall, trying to catch my breath. The noises I heard made me cringe and reminded me of a fight scene in a movie. I slowly slid down the wall toward the kitchen. I froze when I heard footsteps approaching. I raised my Glock once more and prepared to shoot this time. Edward appeared in the doorway, holding his own. I sighed in relief when I saw him and rushed into his arms. Oh, thank God. He held me stiffly. My bride, are you hurt? Why aren't you in the safe room? I shook my head. I'm not hurt. I couldn't get in the room. Garrett was shot and is by the stairs. I don't know if he's alive or not. I also don't know where Riley is. Emmett is taking care of Liam in the library. Liam, I heard Jasper ask. I nodded. It was him this whole time. He was upset about being pushed out of the family. He wanted Maggie to be married to Edward or Emmett. I didn't get much more out of him before Emmett decided to take care of him. You interrogated him. Edward sounded amused. Not before shooting him twice. Emmett entered the conversation. He's no longer a threat. The security system wouldn't let me in. I had to climb the gate. Then crash through a window in the dining room. It wouldn't let us in either. Luckily Jasper was able to override the system and reboot it, Edward explained. I feel like an idiot for not seeing Liam as a threat. He is or was our top tech person, so it does explain how he got in and changed everything on us. We should have suspected him as soon as we knew we were tapped. It continued even after Paul was gone. Did he say anything about my father? Jasper looked irate and concerned. No, sorry. I gave him an apologetic look. We won't stop until we find him. We did find Riley. He's in bad shape, but alive in the garage. I want you two to check the house before we get Carlisle over here. My bride, you aren't to leave my sight. Edward kissed my temple as he gave his orders. On it. I already sent Sam upstairs, Emmett told him. Wait. Here. I handed off my Glock to Emmett, like it was a stinky diaper. I'm not sure what you want to do with this. I'll take care of it, he promised, taking it from me. Emmett and Jasper left as they went to check the house. Edward still held me tight to him, but his posture relaxed. Are you sure you're okay? He asked, tilting my head up so I was looking at him in the eyes. Yes, a little shaken, but physically I'm fine, I told him. I'm so sorry, my bride. I want my uncle to check you out. And we'll call your doctor first thing in the morning. He smoothed my hair. I could see he was as shaken as me. This wasn't your fault. The babies and I are good, I reminded him. The only danger the babies are in is from their uncle Ming them after LD Duck's nephews. I already told him, not happening. Edward chuckled, then his eyes softened. I love you, too. I tilted my head, asking for a kiss. 10 years later. Please don't forget the cupcakes on the way home. Bella reminded me as I packed up my laptop. Cupcakes. I thought we got a cake. I questioned. We have a cake. However, the cupcakes had to be ordered at a different bakery. Because we needed a gluten-free option, Bella answered. Okay, I'm leaving now, I told her, heading for my door. I paused by my assistant's desk. Lauren, thank you for coming in on a Saturday morning. I won't be in the office on Monday so you can have the day off to make up for today. Thank you, sir, she responded. After a quick stop at the bakery and another to grab some flowers, I made my way home. I felt guilty having to go into work when we were having a big party, however, something major came up. Over the years, there have been some changes. We would never hurt for money, so there was no reason to continue the riskier businesses. With the exception of still working with Santiago, everything else was legal. It took a load off my mind, as well as Jasper and Emmett's. What clinched it for me was a few days after the break-in, Bella had a nervous breakdown after the shock wore off. I never wanted to see my bride that distraught, again. Peter had officially retired from everything. On the day Liam tried to kill Bella, we found him in Liam's car trunk in my garage. He was barely alive and was in a coma for 2 months. When he awoke, he had suffered some brain damage and had to use a cane to walk. We found out that Maggie had tipped him off to her father. From hidden emails she had found Liam was the masterhead of everything. Maggie wanted her freedom, and to do so, she knew she had to get rid of her father. Turns out she was as smart as her father. She was the one behind changing Rosalie's identity and helped her to hide. She currently was living in California and was working as an animator for Disney. I entered the house and nearly collided with a half a dozen kids, who were running through the hallway. I took a backward step and my foot almost landed on a skateboard. My house, that Bella once dubbed resembled a museum, had turned into a more lived-in home, filled with children. Take the running outside, boys. Charlie, your skateboard doesn't belong in the house, I ordered. Sorry, my 7-year-old said sheepishly. He looked like his mother with his brown hair and eyes. But Bella insisted that he looked like her father. He hurried forward to pick it up. Sorry, Uncle Edward, my nephews chorused. Rowan and Ron were Emmett and Rosalie's boys. They got married a year after Bella and I did. Rowan was 8 and his brother was 7, currently. They were actually Irish twins born 10 months apart. Both had Emmett's dark curls and Rose's blue eyes. Aidan was Jasper and Alice's 6-year-old son. They had a bumpy relationship and got married 5 years ago. Because Alice refused to get married just because she was pregnant. I spied my 4-year-old son, Kieran, ahead of the boys, hiding something behind his back. His green eyes peered at me behind his red bangs. And what are you up to? I asked him. Nuttin'. He gave me a big toothy grin. He stole our frisbee, Charlie complained. They wouldn't let me play, Kieran whined. You boys were playing frisbee in the house. I raised an eyebrow. Technically the shooting range. Da said it was okay, because there was nothing to break in there, Rowan explained. Of course, Emmett did. But if Bella knew she would have a fit. She wouldn't care if the guns were locked up or not. She didn't like them in there at all. Take it outside and include Kieran. Where are your older brothers? I asked Charlie. Upstairs in Ryan's room. They're refusing to come to a baby party. But we got a bounce house, so I'm cool with it, he answered. I sighed heavily. It was chaos here. And I'm sure Bella was stressing out trying to make sure everything was perfect for our youngest's first birthday. Normally, she was on top of everything. So, the fact they were getting away with they shouldn't meant she was overloaded. She no longer worked outside of the home. She ran a tutoring business and often taught classes online. During school breaks she often took in all the kids. Outside, play nice, and stay away from the pool until an adult can watch you, I ordered them. Before I could reach the kitchen, I could hear loud voices. Shane, if you'd just sit. I don't have to fucking listen to you. You're not my real aunt, Shane SPPED. Hey, don't ever take that tone with your aunt. I bellowed, making them both jump. I set the cupcakes on the counter. I looked at them back and forth, taking in the situation. Bella was clearly emotional, surrounded by food prep all around her. Shane was on the other side of the counter with his fists clenched. I don't have to listen to you either, you're not my uncle. He glowered at me. Listen here, you little punk. I don't know when you thought this attitude was acceptable, but you'll lose it now, I scolded. Edward, Bella chastised, not happy with me calling him a punk. I turned to my wife. What is going on here? Shane overheard Carlisle and Emmett's conversation about when to tell me about my real dad. Shane interrupted her. I've been lied to my entire life. I bit my tongue from giving him a piece of my mind. He had the right to be upset, but he was taking it out on the wrong person. Where are Emmett and Rosalie? I asked calmly. Emmett is consoling Rose at the moment. I was trying to talk to Shane about it, Bella answered. I faced Shane. Get in my office now. Why should I? He argued. Don't make me ask you again, I said lowly. He huffed and marched down the hallway. Edward, I kissed the side of my bride's head. This won't take long, I promised and handed her the flowers. Shane was waiting outside my door, and I let him in. He didn't take a seat but stood in the center of the room, looking defiant. Take a seat, I told him and sat in my chair. He ignored me, standing stiff and glaring in the center of the room. I reminded myself that Shane wasn't one of my men, who I could rip to shreds. He was hurt, angry, and overwhelmed. Apparently, it was a Masson trait he shared with Emmett and myself. Fine, don't take a seat. But first things first, I better not ever hear you disrespecting your aunt, again. That woman has loved you and cared for you since you were a small kid. She hasn't ever done anything for you to be cussing at her. He frowned slightly. Except lie to me. Everyone has been lying to me. We're not actually a real family. Boy, you don't know what you're talking about. We are a family. I shook my head. I knew Emmett and Rosalie might be pissed, but this had to be dealt with sooner, not later. Not by blood, Shane scoffed. You're wrong there too. Emmett and I are your half-brothers. I explained to him. You mean my mother was a slew? Do not finish that sentence. You'll regret it. I know I did. I sighed. Our father was a horrible monster. He mistreated women, time and time again. Some were willing, but others weren't. Your mother wasn't willing. Shane's face switched from anger to horror. He went to sit and almost missed the couch. He pressed his fist to his forehead and shook his head. He looked up at me, looking confused and hurt. Why did she keep me? His voice cracked. Because she loves you, I said softly. He clenched his eyes tightly. Fuck. I said. She's going to hate me now. Quote, she won't hate you. She might be very hurt, but you'll apologize and I'm sure she'll forgive you, I told him. We lied to you, but we had our reasons. When you were 5, you would have been too young to understand. Emmett stepped up because no one would have questioned him being your father. We had to do it for your safety, because there were enemies who would have hurt you to get to us. It was always for your protection. I could see him processing it in his mind, then his eyes widened. I was the boy, wasn't I? Shane looked stricken. He didn't wait for me to answer. I still remember that day clearly. Those men were looking to kidnap me, weren't they? And Aunt Bella let them take her to protect me. Yes, I admitted. Shane, let me tell you something. That took me until I was a lot older than you to figure out. D doesn't always make a man the best father. For myself, my bio dad was a tool, however, Uncle Carlisle was a better father. I could always go to him when I needed something. And he taught me how to be a good man. Emmett didn't just step up to protect you. He wanted to be your father. He felt he was robbed of being your bio dad and thought you should have been his. And he has never considered you anything but his own. Has he treated you any different than your brothers? No. He shook his head, looking regretful. I'm sorry. You don't owe me an apology. You had good reason to be upset. However, you took your anger out on the wrong people, I stated. I'll apologize to Aunt Bella, Mom, and Da, he promised. You can do one thing for me to make up for everything. I told him. What? He asked, perplexed. Go upstairs and get the trips to their sister's birthday party. I could order them, but then they will be grumpy the entire time. They'll listen to their older cousin, I asked. Yes, sir, he agreed. When I made it back to the kitchen, Bella was just finishing a large tray of veggies and dip. However, her mind seemed to be elsewhere. What do you need me to do? Why isn't anyone helping you? I asked as I sgged a cherry tomato. They are, or were. Alice is outside getting things set up, and I think Riley is helping her. Jasper is picking up his parents. So they don't drive. Carlisle is manning the grill. Esme is upstairs getting Shay dressed for her party. Emmett, Rose, and Shane were helping until everything blew up. Remind me next time to listen to you when you suggest hiring a caterer. She sounded tired. Words a husband loves to hear. That they are right, I teased. Well, it's bound to happen once every 10 years. She smirked. Then her smile fell right away. Where's Shane? I tied him up and will bury him in the backyard later, after everyone is gone, I joked. She swatted at my hand, stopping me from stealing a cookie. Not funny. I assume if you're joking around that it all went well. I talked to him and told him the truth, I told her. Don't you think that should have been Emmett and Rose's job? She questioned. Maybe. But it was the best way to defuse the situation. I think he's more understanding now. He's definitely less angry and more remorseful. He's currently upstairs talking to the trips about coming to their sister's party, I explained. Well, I guess that's at least two good things. How about you go upstairs to change out of your suit then help me carry food out? Oh, the present from your mother is in our closet, she told me. Yes, ma'am. I hurried through the house and up to the second floor. I reached the top of the stairs just as the trips, Ryan, Kellen, and Dylan, were coming out of Ryan's room with Shane behind them. All three ended up being nearly identical with my hair and Bella's eyes. It's nice to see you boys join the party, I greeted them. Can we have a water gun fight? Kellen asked. As long as you include all the kids, if they want to play, I told them. Even Kieran. Dylan complained. I'll partner with him, Shane spoke up. Thank you, Shane. Everyone grab something from the kitchen and bring it outside to help your mother, I ordered. Yes, sir, they responded, going for the stairs. And it has to be bigger than a salt shaker, I called after them. Before I reached my room, the nursery door opened, and Aunt Esme stepped out with my pink-faced princess in her arms. She was wearing a beautiful yellow dress and her brown curls were everywhere. Her watery green eyes widened when she saw me, and she started to smile. Da, she squealed, reaching out her arms for me. There's my princess. I took her and gave her a small toss in the air and caught her. She giggled then clung to me. Why do you look like you've been crying? She fought me on wearing the tights. I decided to give up, Aunt Esme chuckled. Just as well, last time she wore tights. She had a major blowout. I blame it on the tights squeezing the diaper. I bounced her, making her giggle harder. And no princess should cry on her birthday. Aunt Esme shook her head, smirking. Careful, Keep calling her princess and you may regret it one day. She'll have you wrapped around her little finger. She already has most of us wrapped around her little finger. Shay is the only girl surrounded by boys. Besides, Bella will rein me in before I buy her a pony, I joked. All right, birthday girl, you go down to your party, and I will be right there. I handed her back to Esme and went to my room to change. By the time I got downstairs, most of everything was out of the kitchen. Bella was circling it as if she was double-checking everything. What needs to go outside? I asked. I think we got everything. It will be best to leave the dessert stuff in here until we need them. She smiled as she looked at me. I can think of one thing we forgot. I walked into the pantry. What? Bella asked, perplexed as she followed me in. This. I kicked the door close then pulled her into a heated kiss. Even 10 years and 6 kids later, she still drove me crazy. My hands ghosted down her curves and I grasped her ass, under her flowy skirt. She pulled away from me, looking flushed. We should stop before one of the kids finds us, my bride said. Speaking of kids, we still have 3 empty bedrooms to fill up. I winked at her. You don't think 6 kids are enough? She asked with an amused grin. Another couple of girls would help round things out. I shrugged. Bella tossed her head back and laughed. We'll talk about it later. So that's not a no. I followed her out of the pantry. Later, Edward, she said. Several hours later, the party was dying down. Everyone stepped in to help with the cleanup. Except, I, and my aunt backed me up, insisted Bella relax since she did a majority of the work in the morning. I was even surprised to see Charlotte help. Jasper had left not too long ago to drive his parents home. I was sitting on a lounger with my princess passed out on my chest. It had been a long day for her, and it was past her bedtime. Bella looked over at us with a tender smile. She reached over to rub Shay's back. Could you put her to bed? Maybe even attempt to change her and wash her face, she asked. Sure. I shifted our baby, so I could stand. As I approached the house, Aunt Esme was trying to coax Kieran to go to bed. I'm not tired. He yawned through his entire sentence. If you go now, I'll read you a story, Aunt Esme promised. With voices, he asked. Of course. She winked at him and took his hand, leading him into the house. Aunt Esme spotted us and sighed. Ah, where's my camera? You already took about 200 pictures, I teased her. Hush, it was only about 100. She laughed. Dad, Kellen called from behind me, and I looked over my shoulder. Can we all watch a movie in my room? Yes, but keep the volume down. So you don't wake the younger kids, I told him. I finally made it up the steps and was able to change the sleeping princess, without waking her. She laid on her back and was sleeping soundly as I tiptoed out of the room. When I returned downstairs, the others were getting ready to leave. Things seemed settled between Emmett, Rosalie, and Shane. Early in the afternoon, Shane and Rose were hugging, so I assumed it all worked out. Bella also told me he had apologized to her. Rose approached me before leaving. I want to thank you for speaking to Shane. I know and I should have done it before he found out like this, but it never seemed like a good time, she said. You don't need to thank me. I'm just glad you didn't think I overstepped, I said. You didn't. She gave me a brief hug. A few minutes later, I closed the door behind the last person and my bride rested her head on my shoulder, closing her eyes. Is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow to do? I asked. Nope. She answered me. Good. I swept her up bridal style and carried her up the steps. Aren't I getting too heavy for this? She asked. Never. Heck, if I was able to carry you while you were pregnant with the trips. I can carry you now. And speaking of pregnant, it is later. Can we talk about trying to have more? I asked her. There's nothing to talk about, Bella said. Fine. I set her on her feet, outside our door. I'm going to go check on the kids. I peeped in on Shay first, then made my way down the hall. The Trips and Charlie were still in Kellen's room. When the movie is over, Put yourselves to bed. Do you want me to move him? I pointed at Charlie. We all decided to sleep in here for tonight, Kellen told me. Okay. See you in the morning. Good night, boys. I closed the door. When I entered our room, I shivered. Geesh. Why do you have it so cold? It wasn't that hot today. It felt hot to me. Bella answered from our bed. I changed my clothes in the closet, then headed for the bathroom. I immediately spotted a box on the counter and felt a sense of déjà vu. The test wasn't in the bathroom, so I rushed out and back into the closet, ignoring Bella, calling after me. I was disappointed to find nothing in the hidden drawer. I went back into the room and Bella was looking at me with an amused expression. Are you looking for this? She held up the test. I walked over to her and took it from her. Preg NT. So, there's nothing to talk about, since I already am Preg NT. It's sort of moot at this point. She smirked. I kissed her and sat at the edge of the bed. How long have you known? This morning, but today was Shay's day, so I thought I should wait to announce it. However, I think you're going to have to settle with Lucky 7, because I'm done after this. She reached over and ruffled my hair. Unless it's multiples. I grinned devilishly. Bite your tongue. Bella laughed. I crawled on the bed and hovered over her, careful not to put my weight on her. I gazed down at her. She was still as beautiful as when I first saw her. She was an angel in white that crashed into my dark world. And where I still was no angel, she had made me a better man. The end. Thanks for watching.